How medieval people preserved food for years without fridges. A boring history for sleep tale. Hey everyone. Tonight, I want to tell you about a girl who learned to stop time itself. Not with magic, but with something far more powerful. The ancient art of making abundance last. This is the story of Elena Ashford, and how she became the last keeper of secrets that could mean the difference between feast and famine, between life and death, between hope and despair. So settle in, get comfortable, and let me take you back to a world where the simple act of keeping food fresh was both science and art, necessity and miracle. This is a story about salt and smoke, ice and earth, and the quiet heroism of those who refused to let winter win. The salt roads. The morning Elena Ashford's world collapsed, she was standing in the kitchen of their modest stone cottage, watching her mother Catherine try to make a single turnip feed a family of 5. The turnip sat on the scarred wooden table like an accusation, its purple skin wrinkled and soft, its flesh already showing the dark spots that meant it was racing toward rot. Perhaps if we cut away the bad parts, Catherine murmured, her voice carrying the hollow tone of someone trying to convince herself of an impossible hope. Her hands trembled as she lifted the knife, not from age, for she was only 32, but from the weakness that came from too many meals skipped, too many portions given to her children instead of herself. Elena watched her mother's careful movements and felt something cold settle in her stomach that had nothing to do with hunger. At 16, she was old enough to understand what the empty pantry meant. Old enough to know that winter was coming, and they had nothing, absolutely nothing to see them through the dark months ahead. The cottage that had once hummed with the busy sounds of her father's salt trading business now felt hollow as a tomb. The wooden bins that should have been filled with precious white crystals stood empty, their lids hanging open like mouths gasping for breath. The scales that had once weighed out fortunes in salt now gathered dust in the corner, their brass plates tarnished and forgotten. "Where is father?" Elena asked, though she already knew the answer. Robert Ashford had left 3 days ago to meet with creditors in the market town of Westbridge, carrying the last of their household goods to trade for grain. He should have returned yesterday. "He'll be back soon," Catherine said, but her voice lacked conviction. They both knew that Robert's absence meant one of two things. Either he had found some miracle solution to their desperate situation, or he couldn't bear to come home and face his family's hunger with empty hands. Elena's younger siblings, Thomas, 13, and little Mary, only 8, sat by the dying fire, their faces gaunt with the particular hollow-cheeked look of children who had grown accustomed to being hungry. Thomas whittled at a piece of wood with mechanical precision, his knife creating tiny shavings that curled and fell to the floor like snow. Mary clutched a corn-husk doll that had seen better days, its painted face worn away by countless hours of desperate comfort. The irony of their situation was not lost on Elena. Her father had spent his entire adult life trading in the very substance that could preserve food indefinitely, that could turn a single pig into enough meat to last a family through winter, that could transform the abundance of harvest time into sustenance for the lean months. Yet here they sat, surrounded by the tools of preservation but lacking the most essential ingredient, the salt itself. Robert Ashford had been a successful merchant once. Elena remembered the days when their cottage had been filled with the sharp, clean scent of salt, when merchants from distant ports had come to their door seeking the finest crystals from the great salt works of Cheshire. She remembered her father's hands, permanently stained white from handling the precious commodity, and the way he would run salt through his fingers like a miser counting coins. But success in the salt trade was a precarious thing. It depended on roads staying open, on ships arriving safely from distant shores, on the delicate network of trust and credit that bound merchants together across hundreds of miles. One broken link in that chain could destroy a man's livelihood overnight. For Robert, that broken link had come in the form of pirates off the coast of Cornwall. A ship carrying his entire season's investment, 3 tons of the finest sea salt from the Bay of Biscay, had been taken by raiders who cared nothing for the months of planning, the careful negotiations, the promises made to customers who depended on that salt for their own survival. The loss had been devastating, but not necessarily fatal. Robert had borrowed against future shipments, had promised creditors that the next cargo would repay their patience, but the next ship had been delayed by storms, and the one after that had been lost entirely when it foundered on rocks in a fog-shrouded harbor. Now, 3 months later, the Ashford family faced the approaching winter with empty hands and emptier stomachs. The creditors had taken everything of value: the good furniture, Catherine's wedding jewelry, even the silver spoons that had been in Robert's family for 3 generations. What remained was barely enough to sustain life, let alone comfort. Elena rose from her seat by the window and walked to the empty salt bins, running her fingers along their smooth wooden edges. The bins still held the faint scent of their former contents, a clean mineral smell that spoke of distant oceans and ancient seas. She had grown up with that smell, had learned to associate it with security, with abundance, with the promise that her family would always have enough. "Mother," she said quietly, "what did Father do with salt? I mean, how did he know which salt was good, which customers to trust, how to make it all work?" Catherine looked up from the turnip, her knife pausing in its careful work. "Why do you ask, dear one?" I want to understand. Maybe there's something we're missing, something we could still do." Her mother's smile was sad but gentle. "Your father had a gift, Elena. He could look at a handful of salt and tell you where it came from, how it was made, whether it would preserve meat properly or just make it taste bitter. He understood salt the way a blacksmith understands iron, the way a weaver understands wool." She set down the knife and moved to stand beside her daughter at the empty bins. But understanding salt and having salt are 2 different things. Your father's knowledge is still there, still valuable, but knowledge doesn't fill empty bellies. Elena nodded, but something in her mother's words had sparked a thought. Knowledge. Her father possessed decades of accumulated wisdom about salt, about preservation, about the intricate art of making food last. That knowledge was still there, still intact, even if the salt itself was gone. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Catherine hurried to answer it, hope flaring in her eyes. Perhaps Robert had returned at last. But the figure that stood in their doorway was not Elena's father. Old Martha Blackthorne stood on their threshold like a character from a children's tale. Bent with age, her wild gray hair escaping from beneath a patched woolen shawl, her dark eyes sharp and knowing despite her 80-odd years. She carried a basket covered with a clean cloth, and the scent that wafted from it made Elena's mouth water despite herself. "Catherine Ashford," Martha said, her voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed. "I've brought you something." Martha pushed past Catherine's protests and entered the cottage, her keen eyes taking in the empty pantry, the thin faces of the children, the general air of desperation that hung over the household like smoke. "Sit," she commanded, and such was the force of her personality that even Catherine obeyed without question. Martha set her basket on the table and pulled away the cloth, revealing treasures that seemed almost magical in their abundance. There was bread, still warm from the oven, its crust golden and crackling. There were thick slices of ham, dark and rich with the deep flavor that came from proper smoking. There were pickled vegetables that gleamed like jewels in their clay pot, and cheese so perfectly aged that it seemed to glow with its own inner light. "Eat," Martha said simply, and the family fell upon the food with the desperate hunger of people who had been surviving on turnip broth and hope. As Elena bit into the ham, flavors exploded across her tongue that she had almost forgotten existed. The meat was salty, but not overpoweringly so, with a deep, smoky richness that spoke of careful preparation and patient aging. It was firm but tender, with a complexity of taste that seemed to unfold in layers. "How?" Catherine managed to ask between bites, tears streaming down her face, tears of gratitude, of relief, of the overwhelming emotion that comes when kindness appears in the darkest hour. Martha settled into a chair with the careful movements of someone whose bones had seen too many winters. The same way my grandmother did it, and her grandmother before her. The same way people preserved food before there were merchants and trade routes and ships from distant lands. The old ways, girl. The ways that don't depend on having money or credit or connections. She reached into her basket and withdrew something that made Elena's breath catch in her throat. It was a small cloth bag, no larger than her fist, but when Martha opened it, the scent that emerged was unmistakably salt. Not the refined white crystals her father had traded, but something rougher, grayer, more elemental. "Where did you get that?" Elena whispered. Martha's eyes twinkled with something that might have been mischief. "Made it myself, child. Same way people have been making salt since the world was young. You think the Romans waited for ships from distant shores? You think the Celts who lived here before them bought their salt from merchants?" She reached into the bag and withdrew a pinch of the gray crystals, holding them up to the light that streamed through the cottage's single window. "This salt came from the sea, girl, but not from any ship. It came from the pools and marshes where the tide comes in and the sun burns it away, leaving behind the gift of preservation." Elena stared at the salt in Martha's weathered palm, her mind racing. "You mean you can make salt? Here? Without buying it?" "Child," Martha said with a laugh that sounded like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "People have been making salt since the first human tasted seawater and realized what it could do. Your father knew how to trade salt, how to buy and sell it, how to move it from one place to another, but I know how to make it, how to harvest it from the very air and water around us." She closed her fist around the salt and leaned forward, her dark eyes boring into Elena's with an intensity that made the girl feel as if she were being examined, weighed, measured for some purpose she couldn't yet understand. "But making salt is just the beginning, child. Any fool can boil seawater and scrape up the crystals that remain. The real art, the real knowledge, is in understanding what to do with that salt once you have it. How to use it to capture time itself, to make the abundance of good days last through the scarcity of bad ones." Elena felt something stirring in her chest, a feeling she hadn't experienced in months. Hope, but more than that. Purpose, direction, the sense that there might be a path forward that didn't depend on her father's return, or the mercy of creditors, or the charity of neighbors. "Will you teach me?" she asked, the words tumbling out before she could stop them. Martha studied her for a long moment, and Elena had the uncomfortable feeling that the old woman was seeing not just who she was, but who she might become. Finally, Martha nodded slowly. I'll teach you. But understand this, girl. The knowledge I carry isn't just about salt and preservation. It's about understanding the rhythms of the earth, the cycles of abundance and scarcity, the delicate balance between taking what you need and leaving enough for tomorrow. It's about becoming a keeper of winter's table, a guardian of the ancient compact between humans and the natural world. She stood, gathering her empty basket with movements that belied her age. Come to my cottage tomorrow at dawn. Bring nothing but your willingness to learn and your respect for the knowledge you'll receive. And understand this. Once you begin this path, there's no turning back. You'll see the world differently, understand things that others take for granted, carry responsibilities that others can't imagine. As Martha moved toward the door, Elena called after her. But why me? Why are you willing to teach me? The old woman paused in the doorway, her silhouette framed against the gray afternoon sky. Because, child, I'm the last one who knows these things, the last keeper of the old ways, and I'm not getting any younger. The knowledge has to go somewhere, has to be passed on to someone who will use it wisely and well. She turned back to face Elena, and in her eyes was something that might have been sadness, or might have been hope. Your father understood salt as a commodity, as something to be bought and sold. But you have the potential to understand it as something far more important, as a bridge between seasons, a weapon against want, a tool for transforming the temporary into the permanent. After Martha left, the cottage seemed different somehow, not just because of the food she had brought, though that was miracle enough, but because of the possibilities she had opened. Elena sat at the table, staring at the crumbs of bread and the remnants of ham, trying to process what had just happened. Her mother was bustling about, carefully wrapping the remaining food to make it last as long as possible. Her movements quick and efficient with the born skill of someone who had learned to make a little go a long way. Thomas and Mary had fallen asleep by the fire, their bellies full for the first time in weeks, their faces peaceful in the flickering light. Elena, Catherine said quietly, settling into the chair beside her daughter. Are you certain about this? Learning from old Martha, people say strange things about her. They say she knows things that aren't quite natural. Elena considered this. It was true that Martha had a reputation in the village that bordered on the mystical. People came to her when their animals were sick, when their crops failed, when they needed remedies for ailments that the village priest couldn't cure with prayer alone. Some whispered that she was a witch, though they were careful to whisper it quietly. Martha's help was too valuable to risk losing over superstitious fears. Mother, Elena said finally, what choice do we have? Father is gone. We have no money, no prospects, no way to survive the winter. If Martha can teach me something that might help us, something that might give us a chance, then I have to try. Catherine nodded slowly, understanding written in the lines around her eyes. You're right, of course. It's just, I worry about you, dear one. You're so young to carry such responsibility. I'm 16, Elena replied, straightening her shoulders. Old enough to be married, old enough to run a household, old enough to learn a trade. And if that trade happens to be preserving food instead of weaving cloth or tending sheep, then so be it. That night, Elena lay on her straw mattress listening to the wind rattle the shutters and thinking about salt. Not the refined white crystals her father had traded, but the gray elemental substance Martha had shown her. Salt that came from the sea itself, harvested by human hands using methods that stretched back to the dawn of civilization. She thought about the ham Martha had brought, with its deep, complex flavors and its perfect preservation. How long had that meat been cured? Weeks? Months? How had Martha transformed what must have been ordinary pork into something that seemed almost magical in its richness and keeping quality? And the pickled vegetables, Elena had never tasted anything like them. They were crisp and tangy, with a brightness that seemed to capture the essence of summer and hold it suspended in time. How did one learn to create such things? What secrets lay behind the simple act of making food last? As sleep finally began to claim her, Elena made a silent promise to herself. Whatever Martha was willing to teach her, she would learn. Whatever knowledge the old woman possessed, she would master. Not just for herself, but for her family, for the village, for everyone who had ever faced the choice between feast and famine. She would become a keeper of winter's table, a guardian of abundance, a bridge between the plenty of harvest time and the scarcity of the lean months. She would learn to stop time itself, to capture the gifts of good days and hold them against the inevitable coming of the bad ones. The wind continued to howl outside, carrying with it the promise of winter and the threat of hunger. But for the first time in months, Elena Ashford fell asleep with hope in her heart and purpose in her soul. Tomorrow, her real education would begin. The cottage where old Martha lived stood at the very edge of the village, where the neat rows of houses gave way to wild meadows and ancient forests. It was a peculiar structure, built of stone and timber in a style that seemed older than the village itself, with a roof of thick thatch that had weathered to the color of autumn leaves. Elena approached the cottage as the first light of dawn painted the eastern sky in shades of rose and gold. The air was crisp with the promise of frost, and her breath misted in small clouds as she walked up the narrow path that led to Martha's door. The cottage was already showing signs of life. Smoke rose from the chimney in a steady column, and the scent that drifted from within was unlike anything Elena had ever smelled. A complex mixture of herbs and spices, salt and smoke, and something else that she couldn't identify, but that made her mouth water despite the early hour. Before she could knock, the door swung open to reveal Martha herself, already dressed and alert despite the early hour. The old woman's dark eyes studied Elena with the same penetrating intensity she had shown the day before. "You came," Martha said, and there was satisfaction in her voice. "Good." Many would have lost their nerve in the cold light of dawn, would have decided that the old ways were too hard, too strange, too far removed from the comfortable certainties of the modern world. She stepped aside to let Elena enter, and the girl found herself in a space that seemed to exist outside of normal time. The cottage's interior was larger than its exterior had suggested, with rooms that seemed to flow into one another in ways that defied the simple geometry of the building's outline. Every surface was covered with the tools and materials of Martha's craft. Bundles of herbs hung from the rafters like fragrant chandeliers. Clay pots and wooden barrels lined the walls, each one carefully labeled with symbols that Elena couldn't read, but that seemed to pulse with meaning. The air itself seemed thick with knowledge, heavy with the accumulated wisdom of decades spent perfecting the arts of preservation. "Sit," Martha commanded, gesturing toward a simple wooden stool beside the central hearth. "Before we begin, you must understand what you're asking to learn. This isn't just about keeping food from spoiling, child. This is about understanding the fundamental forces that govern life and death, abundance and scarcity, the eternal dance between creation and decay. Elena settled onto the stool, her eyes wide as she tried to take in everything around her. The cottage was like a library written in scents and textures instead of words. Each pot, each bundle of herbs, each carefully arranged tool telling a story of knowledge accumulated over generations. My grandmother taught me these things, Martha continued, settling into a chair that seemed to have been carved from a single massive piece of oak. And her grandmother taught her, and so on back through the generations to a time when such knowledge was common, when every household had someone who understood the secrets of preservation. She reached for a clay pot from a nearby shelf and removed its wooden lid, revealing contents that made Elena gasp. Inside were what appeared to be eggs, but eggs unlike any she had ever seen. They were dark and translucent, with a glossy surface that caught the firelight like polished amber. These eggs were laid last spring, Martha said, lifting one carefully from the pot. 6 months ago, when the hens were at their most productive and eggs were so plentiful that they sold for a penny a dozen in the market. Now, in late autumn, when the hens have stopped laying and eggs are worth their weight in silver, these are still as fresh as the day they were preserved. Elena stared at the egg in Martha's weathered hands, trying to understand how such a thing was possible. How? Lime water, Martha replied, settling the egg carefully back into its pot. Slaked lime mixed with water in precise proportions, creating a solution that seals the shell and prevents the air from entering. The egg sleeps in its lime bath, unchanged by the passage of time, waiting for the day when it will be needed. She replaced the lid and selected another pot, this one filled with what appeared to be ordinary salt. But when Martha opened it, Elena caught a whiff of something that was definitely not ordinary. A complex, almost meaty scent that made her stomach growl with sudden hunger. And this, Martha said, is salt that has been mixed with the blood and fat of a pig, then dried and ground until it becomes a powder that can preserve meat better than pure salt alone. A handful of this mixture can keep a side of beef fresh for an entire year, and when that beef is finally cooked, it will taste richer and more flavorful than fresh meat ever could. Elena's mind reeled as Martha continued her tour of the cottage's treasures. There were vegetables that had been pickled in solutions made from tree bark and wild herbs. There were fruits that had been dried using techniques that concentrated their sweetness while making them last indefinitely. There were cheeses that had been aged in caves, wrapped in leaves that imparted flavors Elena couldn't even begin to identify. But how do you know all this? Elena asked finally. How do you remember which technique to use for which food, which combinations work and which don't? Martha smiled, and for the first time since Elena had met her, the expression was genuinely warm. The same way you know how to breathe, child. The same way you know how to walk or speak or think. When knowledge becomes part of you, truly part of you, you don't have to remember it. You simply know it. She stood and moved to a wooden chest that sat in the corner of the room. From it, she withdrew a book. Not the kind of book Elena was familiar with, bound in leather and filled with written words, but something far older and more mysterious. The pages were made of some material she couldn't identify, and instead of words, they were covered with drawings and symbols that seemed to shift and change in the flickering firelight. This book has been in my family for more generations than I can count, Martha said, handling it with the reverence usually reserved for sacred objects. It contains the accumulated knowledge of every woman who has carried on this tradition. every keeper of winter's table who has faced the challenge of making abundance last through scarcity. She opened the book to a page covered with intricate drawings of plants and animals, with symbols that seemed to dance around the margins like living things. But the book is just a guide, child. The real knowledge, the real understanding, comes from practice, from trial and error, from the willingness to fail and try again, to experiment and discover, to push the boundaries of what's possible. Elena stared at the mysterious symbols, trying to make sense of them. Some seemed to represent different types of salt, others various preservation techniques. Still, others appeared to be formulas or recipes, though written in a language she couldn't begin to decipher. "Will you teach me to read this?" she asked. "I'll teach you to understand it," Martha replied. "Reading is just the beginning. Understanding means knowing not just what the symbols say, but why they say it, how they connect to the deeper principles that govern all preservation, all transformation of the temporary into the permanent." She closed the book and set it carefully aside. "But that comes later. First, you must learn the basics. You must understand salt, not just as your father understood it, as a commodity to be traded, but as a living force, a tool for transformation, a bridge between what is and what could be." Martha led Elena to a corner of the cottage where a small furnace glowed with steady heat. Beside it sat several shallow pans filled with what appeared to be ordinary seawater, though Elena couldn't imagine how Martha had obtained it so far from the coast. "The first lesson," Martha said, "is learning to make salt from the sea itself. Not just any salt, but salt that has been purified and concentrated until it becomes something more than the sum of its parts." She gestured toward the pans of seawater. This water was collected from the tidal pools near the coast, carried here in special vessels that preserve its essential nature. But seawater alone is not enough. It must be transformed, refined, concentrated until it becomes worthy of the name salt. Elena watched in fascination as Martha began to work. The old woman's movements were precise and economical, each gesture the result of decades of practice. She adjusted the heat beneath the pans with tiny movements of the dampers, tested the water with her fingertips, added pinches of various substances from small pots arranged around the furnace. "The art," Martha explained as she worked, "is in knowing when the water is ready to give up its salt. Too much heat and the salt becomes bitter, harsh, unsuitable for preservation. Too little heat and the process takes too long, allows impurities to concentrate along with the salt itself." As the morning progressed, Elena began to understand that she was witnessing something that was part science, part art, and part something else entirely. A kind of communion between human will and natural forces. A collaboration between knowledge and intuition that produced results far greater than either could achieve alone. The water in the pans began to change, becoming more concentrated, more viscous, as the heat slowly drove away the liquid and left behind the precious crystals. But these weren't the uniform white grains Elena was familiar with from her father's trade. These crystals were varied in size and color, some clear as glass, others tinged with gray or pink or amber, each one unique and beautiful in its own way. "Each crystal tells a story," Martha said, noticing Elena's fascination. "This clear one formed quickly in the hottest part of the pan. It will dissolve easily and is perfect for brining meats. This gray one formed more slowly, incorporating minerals from the sea itself. It will add complex flavors to whatever it preserves. And this pink one. This one formed in the coolest part of the pan, where the water had time to concentrate slowly and naturally. It's the most precious of all, perfect for the most delicate preservation work. By midday, the transformation was complete. What had begun as ordinary seawater had become something magical. Pounds of salt in dozens of different varieties, each one suited to a different purpose, each one a tool for capturing time and holding it in crystalline suspension. "Now," Martha said, carefully gathering the salt into separate containers according to type and quality. "You understand the first principle of preservation. Salt is not just salt, any more than water is just water, or fire is just fire. Everything in nature has varieties, qualities, subtle differences that can mean the difference between success and failure." Elena nodded, though she suspected she was only beginning to grasp the complexity of what Martha was teaching her. The old woman's knowledge seemed to extend in all directions, encompassing not just the technical aspects of preservation, but the deeper principles that governed the transformation of one thing into another. "Tomorrow," Martha said, "we'll begin working with meat. You'll learn how different cuts require different approaches, how the age and diet of the animal affects the preservation process, how the phases of the moon and the temperature of the air can influence the final result." As Elena prepared to leave, Martha handed her a small cloth bag filled with some of the salt they had made that morning. "Take this home with you. Use it to preserve whatever meat your family can obtain, even a small piece of bacon or a single chicken. Practice what you've learned. Experiment with different techniques, and come back tomorrow with questions about what worked and what didn't." Elena clutched the bag of salt like a precious treasure, feeling its weight in her hands like a promise of abundance. "Thank you," she said, but the words seemed inadequate to express what she was feeling. Martha's smile was knowing, understanding. "Don't thank me yet, child. Thank me when you've mastered these arts well enough to feed your family through the hardest winter, when you've learned to transform scarcity into abundance, when you've become a keeper of winter's table in your own right." As Elena walked home through the gathering dusk, the bag of salt warm in her hands, she felt as if she were carrying fire itself. Not the destructive fire that consumed, but the creative fire that transformed, that took the raw materials of the world and shaped them into something better, something more lasting, something that could bridge the gap between today's plenty and tomorrow's need. The cottage that awaited her was still poor, still nearly empty of food and comfort, but now it held something it hadn't possessed that morning: hope. Not the passive hope that waited for rescue from outside, but the active hope that came from knowledge, from the understanding that human hands and human minds could work together to create abundance even in the midst of scarcity. That night, Elena lay on her straw mattress and dreamed of salt crystals forming in shallow pans, of meat transforming under the patient influence of brine and thyme, of vegetables sleeping peacefully in their preserving solutions until the day when they would be needed to sustain life itself. She was beginning to understand that she was learning more than just techniques for keeping food fresh. She was learning to see the world differently, to understand the hidden connections between things, to recognize the patterns and rhythms that governed the eternal dance between abundance and want. Tomorrow would bring new lessons, new challenges, new opportunities to transform the temporary into the permanent. And with each day that passed, Elena Ashford was becoming something she had never imagined she could be. A keeper of ancient knowledge, a guardian of winter's table, a bridge between the wisdom of the past and the needs of the future. The salt roads that had once carried her father's fortunes to distant markets were closed to her now. But she was discovering new roads, older roads, paths that led not to commercial success, but to something far more valuable: the ability to create abundance with her own hands, to transform scarcity into plenty, to hold the time itself in crystalline suspension until the moment when it was needed most. The Smoke Whisperer. 3 weeks had passed since Elena began her apprenticeship with old Martha, and already the Ashford cottage bore the signs of transformation. Where once there had been empty shelves and barren pantries, now there were carefully arranged stores of preserved foods, small quantities to be sure, but each one a testament to Elena's growing mastery of the ancient arts. A haunch of venison hung from the kitchen rafters, its surface dark and firm with the proper cure that Martha had taught her to prepare. Clay pots lined the shelves, filled with vegetables that had been pickled in solutions of salt and herbs, their contents glowing like jewels in the dim light. And in the corner, wrapped in clean linen and aging slowly in the cool air, were wheels of cheese that Elena had learned to make from the milk of their neighbor's goat. But it was the smell that truly marked the change. No longer the hollow, empty scent of a house where hunger lived, but the rich, complex aroma of foods in various stages of preservation. Salt and herbs, smoke and thyme itself seemed to permeate the very walls, creating an atmosphere of abundance that belied the family's still precarious circumstances. Elena stood at the kitchen table, carefully examining a side of pork that she had been curing for the past 10 days. The meat had transformed under her patient care, its surface becoming firm and dark, its texture changing from the soft vulnerability of fresh flesh to something more enduring, more permanent. "It's ready," she murmured to herself, running her fingers along the meat's surface and feeling the subtle signs that Martha had taught her to recognize. The flesh was firm but not hard, dry but not desiccated, with the particular feel that indicated the salt had done its work without going too far. But curing with salt was only the first step in the preservation process that Elena was learning to master. The real transformation, the one that would turn this simple side of pork into something that could last through the entire winter, would come from smoke. Not the quick, hot smoke of cooking, but the slow, patient smoke that could penetrate deep into the meat and create a barrier against decay that would last for months. The problem was that Elena had no smokehouse, no proper facility for the delicate work of smoking meat. Her family's cottage, like most in the village, had only a simple hearth for cooking and warmth. The kind of controlled smoking that Martha had described required a different approach entirely. Elena had been pondering this problem for days, studying the layout of their small property, considering various solutions that might work with their limited resources. It was while she was standing in the cottage's small garden, looking at the old stone wall that separated their land from the forest beyond, that inspiration struck. The wall was ancient, probably built by some long-forgotten farmer who had cleared this land generations ago. It was constructed of local stone, fitted together with the patient skill of someone who understood that good walls lasted for centuries. But what caught Elena's attention was a section where the wall had partially collapsed, creating a natural alcove that was sheltered from wind and rain. "Thomas," she called to her younger brother, who was splitting kindling by the cottage door. "Come here and tell me what you think of this." Thomas set down his axe and joined her by the wall, his 13-year-old face curious but skeptical. Since their father's disappearance, he had become protective of Elena's increasingly strange activities, worried that his sister was spending too much time with old Martha and her mysterious ways. "What am I looking at?" he asked, studying the collapsed section of wall. "A smokehouse," Elena replied, her voice filled with growing excitement. "Or at least the beginning of one. Look, the stones form natural walls on 3 sides, and the opening faces away from the prevailing wind. If we could build a roof over it, create some way to control the airflow. Thomas frowned, trying to see what his sister was envisioning. But how would you get the smoke? And how would you keep it from just blowing away? Elena was already moving, pacing around the alcove, her mind racing with possibilities. Martha told me about the old ways, before people had proper smokehouses. They used to dig pits, create underground chambers where they could control the fire and the smoke. But this is even better. We have natural walls already in place. She knelt and began clearing debris from the alcove, revealing that it was deeper than it had first appeared. The collapsed stones had created a space that was roughly 6 feet wide, 4 feet deep, and tall enough for a person to stand in comfortably. We could build a fire pit here, Elena continued, pointing to a spot at the back of the alcove, not for big flames, but for the kind of slow, smoldering fire that produces lots of smoke. Then we'd need to create a way to hang the meat above the smoke, and some kind of roof to keep the rain out while still allowing the smoke to flow properly. Thomas was beginning to catch his sister's enthusiasm despite his reservations. What about stones for the fire pit, and wood for the roof? The stones are right here, Elena said, gesturing to the collapsed section of wall. We just need to rearrange them. And for the roof. She looked toward the forest that bordered their property. There's plenty of fallen timber in the woods. We don't need anything fancy, just something that will shed rain while letting smoke escape. Over the next 3 days, the Ashford siblings threw themselves into the construction project with the desperate energy of people who understood that winter was approaching, and their survival might depend on their success. Thomas proved to have an unexpected talent for stonework, carefully selecting and fitting pieces to create a proper fire pit with good airflow. Elena focused on the more technical aspects, designing a system of wooden poles and crossbeams that would allow them to hang meat at various heights above the smoke. Their mother, Catherine, watched their efforts with a mixture of hope and concern. She had seen the positive changes that Elena's new knowledge was bringing to their household, but she also worried about her daughter's increasing obsession with what many in the village considered to be strange, possibly dangerous arts. "Are you certain this is wise?" she asked Elena on the 3rd day, as her daughter carefully arranged stones to create channels that would direct the smoke flow. "People are beginning to talk about you, about the time you spend with old Martha. They say she's teaching you things that aren't natural." Elena paused in her work, her hands still covered with dirt and stone dust. She had been aware of the whispers, the sideways looks she received when she walked through the village. Some people crossed themselves when they saw her, as if she carried some kind of contagion. Others simply stared, their eyes filled with the mixture of fear and fascination that people reserved for things they didn't understand. "Mother," she said finally, "what's natural about letting food rot when we have the knowledge to preserve it? What's natural about watching children go hungry when there are techniques that could keep them fed? If people want to call knowledge unnatural, then I suppose I'll have to live with being unnatural." Catherine nodded slowly, understanding written in the lines around her eyes. "You're right, of course. It's just, I worry about you. You're changing, Elena, becoming someone I don't entirely recognize." Elena considered this, recognizing the truth in her mother's words. She was changing, becoming someone who saw the world differently, who understood connections and possibilities that had been invisible to her just weeks before. The knowledge Martha was teaching her wasn't just about preserving food. It was about understanding the fundamental forces that governed life and death, abundance and scarcity, the eternal dance between creation and decay. "I'm becoming who I need to be," she said finally. "Who we need me to be if we're going to survive." By the fourth day, their improvised smokehouse was complete. It wasn't beautiful. The stone walls were rough and uneven. The wooden roof was patched together from fallen branches and scraps of timber. But it was functional. More importantly, it was theirs, built with their own hands using materials they had gathered themselves. Elena stood back and surveyed their work with satisfaction. The fire pit was properly constructed with good airflow and drainage. The hanging system would allow them to suspend meat at various heights, taking advantage of different temperatures and smoke densities. And the roof, while crude, would protect their precious stores from rain while allowing smoke to escape through carefully planned gaps. "Now comes the real test," she said to Thomas, who was admiring their handiwork with the pride of someone who had helped create something useful with his own hands. Elena had been preparing for this moment for days, gathering the materials she would need for her first serious attempt at smoking meat. The side of pork was ready, properly cured and waiting for the next stage of its transformation. But the choice of wood was crucial. Martha had been very specific about this, explaining that different woods imparted different flavors and had different preservative qualities. "Oak is the foundation," Martha had told her. "It burns slowly and produces a clean, penetrating smoke that will preserve meat for months. But oak alone can be harsh, bitter if used without skill. You need to balance it with other woods: apple for sweetness, cherry for color, hickory for depth of flavor." Elena had spent days gathering the right combination of woods, selecting each piece with the care of someone choosing ingredients for a delicate recipe. She had oak from a tree that had fallen in the previous winter's storms, its wood properly seasoned and ready to burn. She had apple wood from the pruning of their neighbor's orchard, sweet and aromatic even when dry. And she had managed to trade some of her preserved vegetables for a small supply of hickory from a farmer who lived near the river, where such trees grew in abundance. The art of building the smoking fire was unlike anything Elena had learned before. It wasn't about creating flames or generating heat, but about producing the maximum amount of smoke with the minimum amount of combustion. The fire had to burn slowly, steadily, without ever flaring into true flames that would cook the meat instead of preserving it. Elena arranged the wood carefully in the fire pit, starting with small pieces of oak to establish a base of coals, then adding larger pieces in a pattern that would allow air to flow through while restricting it enough to prevent rapid burning. The apple and hickory she saved for later, when the fire had settled into the slow, steady burn that would produce the kind of smoke she needed. Lighting the fire required patience and skill. Elena used tinder made from birch bark and dried moss, building the flame gradually until the oak began to catch. Then came the delicate process of adjusting the airflow, using stones to partially block the fire pit's openings until the flames died down and the wood began to smolder instead of burn. The first wisps of smoke that rose from the fire pit were thin and acrid, but as the wood settled into its proper burn, the smoke became thicker, more aromatic, filled with the complex chemistry that would transform the meat hanging above it. Elena carefully hung the side of pork from the wooden framework she and Thomas had constructed, positioning it so that it would be bathed in smoke without being too close to the heat. The meat looked vulnerable hanging there, exposed to the elements, dependent on her knowledge and skill for its transformation from temporary flesh into permanent sustenance. "How long will it take?" Thomas asked, watching the smoke swirl around the hanging meat. days," Elena replied, adding a piece of apple wood to the fire and watching as it began to smolder, adding its sweet scent to the mix. "Maybe a week or more. The smoke has to penetrate completely, all the way to the bone. It can't be rushed." And so began Elena's first real test as a keeper of winter's table. For the next 7 days, she tended the smoking fire with the devotion of a priestess tending a sacred flame. She rose before dawn to check the coals, added wood throughout the day to maintain the proper balance of smoke and heat, and stayed up late into the night to ensure that the fire never went out or flared too high. The work was exhausting, requiring constant attention and adjustment. The weather seemed determined to test her resolve. Rain threatened to extinguish the fire. Wind tried to blow the smoke away before it could do its work. And temperature changes required constant adjustments to the wood supply and airflow. But gradually, Elena began to understand that she was participating in something far more complex than simple food preservation. She was learning to read the subtle signs that indicated how the process was progressing. The color of the smoke, the smell of the meat, the way the surface of the pork changed as the smoke penetrated deeper and deeper into its fibers. On the 3rd day, old Martha appeared at the smokehouse, drawn by the aromatic clouds that had been drifting across the village for days. She examined Elena's work with the critical eye of a master craftsman, testing the temperature with her hand, studying the color and consistency of the smoke, even tasting a small piece of fat that had rendered out of the meat. "Good," she said finally, and Elena felt a surge of pride at the simple word of approval. The fire is properly balanced, the smoke is penetrating evenly, and the meat is taking on the proper color. But you're not finished yet. The real test comes in the final days, when the surface begins to form the protective barrier that will keep the meat safe for months. Martha stayed for several hours, sharing additional techniques and insights that couldn't be found in any book. She showed Elena how to tell when the smoke was too hot by the way it shimmered in the air, how to adjust for changes in humidity by altering the wood mixture, how to recognize the subtle signs that indicated the meat was approaching the perfect state of preservation. "Smoking meat," Martha explained as they worked together to adjust the fire, "is like raising a child. You provide the proper environment, the right nutrients, the correct amount of attention, and then you trust the natural processes to do their work. But you must always be watching, always ready to make small corrections before small problems become large ones." By the 5th day, the transformation was becoming visible. The surface of the pork had darkened to a rich mahogany color, and the texture had changed from the soft vulnerability of fresh meat to something harder, more enduring. When Elena pressed her finger against the surface, it felt firm and dry, with the particular resilience that indicated the smoke had done its work. But it was the smell that truly indicated success. The harsh, acrid scent of the early days had been replaced by something rich and complex, a deep, smoky aroma that seemed to contain hints of all the woods she had used, blended together into something greater than the sum of its parts. On the 7th day, Elena judged the meat ready for the final test. She carefully cut a thin slice from one end, examining its color and texture, breathing in its aroma. The meat was dark throughout, with no signs of the pale, unsmoked flesh that would indicate incomplete penetration. The texture was firm but not hard, with the particular feel that indicated proper preservation. But the real test came when she tasted it. The flavor that exploded across her tongue was unlike anything she had ever experienced. Rich and smoky, with layers of complexity that seemed to unfold as she chewed. There was the clean, penetrating taste of oak, balanced by the sweetness of apple, and the deep, earthy notes of hickory. But underneath it all was something else, something that could only be described as the taste of thyme itself. The flavor that came from patient transformation, from the slow alchemy that turned temporary flesh into permanent sustenance. "It's perfect," she whispered, and in that moment she understood that she had crossed some invisible threshold. She was no longer just Elena Ashford, daughter of a failed salt merchant. She had become something new, something that the village didn't quite have a name for. A keeper of ancient knowledge, a guardian of winter's table, a person who could transform scarcity into abundance with her own hands. Word of Elena's success spread through the village with the speed that good news always travels in small communities. People who had been suspicious of her association with old Martha suddenly found reasons to visit the Ashford cottage, drawn by the incredible aromas that emanated from their improvised smokehouse. Thomas Millwright, the village butcher who had initially seen Elena as competition, was among the first to arrive. He examined the smoked pork with the critical eye of someone who had worked with meat his entire life, testing its texture, breathing in its aroma, even tasting a small sample that Elena offered him. "I've been smoking meat for 20 years, he said finally, shaking his head in amazement. "But I've never achieved anything like this. The flavor, the preservation. How did you learn to do this?" Elena smiled, remembering Martha's words about the importance of sharing knowledge rather than hoarding it. "I learned from someone who understood that preserving food isn't just about keeping it from spoiling. It's about transforming it into something better than it was before." Over the following days, Elena found herself teaching others the techniques she had learned, sharing the knowledge that Martha had passed on to her. She showed the village women how to build proper smoking fires, how to select and prepare the right combinations of wood, how to recognize the signs that indicated the meat was properly preserved. But she also began to understand that her education was far from complete. The smoked pork was a success, but it was just one technique among many that she would need to master if she was truly going to become a keeper of winter's table. There were still mysteries to unravel, still knowledge to acquire, still techniques to perfect. Martha seemed to sense Elena's readiness for the next phase of her education. On a crisp morning in late October, as the first frost painted the meadows silver and the trees blazed with autumn colors, the old woman appeared at Elena's door with a proposal that would take her apprentice's learning in an entirely new direction. "You've mastered the art of smoking meat," Martha said, examining the latest batch of preserved pork that hung in Elena's smokehouse. "But smoking is just one tool among many. If you're truly going to become a keeper of winter's table, you need to understand all the ways that humans have learned to preserve abundance against scarcity." First, she paused, her dark eyes studying Elena with the intensity that always made the girl feel as if she were being measured for some purpose she couldn't yet understand. "There's a place I want to show you, a place where preservation techniques have been perfected over centuries. But it will require a journey, and it will require you to trust me completely." Elena felt her heart quicken with excitement and anticipation. "Where?" "Lord Blackwood's estate," Martha replied. 20 miles from here, in the hills beyond the river. Lord Blackwood is an unusual man with unusual interests. He spent years collecting knowledge about preservation techniques from all over the world, and he's built facilities that most people would consider impossible. Elena had heard of Lord Blackwood, though she had never seen him. He was said to be a reclusive nobleman who rarely left his estate, a man of learning who was more interested in books and experiments than in the usual pursuits of the nobility. Some said he was eccentric, others that he was brilliant, and still others whispered that he dabbled in arts that were better left alone. "Why would he want to see me?" Elena asked. Martha's smile was mysterious, knowing. "Because, child, you're developing a reputation. Word of your success with smoking meat has spread beyond this village, and Lord Blackwood is always interested in meeting people who understand the arts of preservation. He's invited you to visit his estate, to see his facilities, and perhaps to learn from his collection of knowledge." Elena felt a thrill of excitement mixed with nervousness. To be invited to a noble's estate, to see preservation techniques that had been perfected over centuries. It was an opportunity beyond her wildest dreams. "When do we leave?" she asked. "Tomorrow at dawn," Martha replied. "Bring nothing but your willingness to learn and your respect for the knowledge you'll encounter. And, Elena, prepare yourself to see things that will challenge everything you think you know about what's possible in the arts of preservation." That night, Elena lay on her straw mattress and stared at the ceiling, her mind racing with possibilities. She had come so far from the desperate girl who had watched her mother try to make a single turnip feed a family of 5. She had learned to make salt from seawater, to cure meat with patience and skill, to build fires that produced smoke instead of flames, but she sensed that her real education was just beginning. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new knowledge, new opportunities to transform scarcity into abundance, and with each technique she mastered, each secret she unlocked, she was becoming more than just a person who could preserve food. She was becoming a keeper of ancient wisdom, a guardian of the knowledge that allowed humanity to triumph over the tyranny of time itself. The smoke from her fires had carried the scent of transformation across the village, announcing to anyone who cared to notice that Elena Ashford was no longer just a merchant's daughter fallen on hard times. She was becoming something new, something that the world needed now more than ever. A bridge between the abundance of good times and the scarcity of bad ones. A keeper of winter's table, a guardian of hope itself. Tomorrow her journey would continue. The Ice Maiden's Secret. The journey to Lord Blackwood's estate began before dawn, when the world was still wrapped in the silver silence of early morning frost. Elena walked beside old Martha's cart, her breath misting in the cold air as they followed the winding road that led away from Millbrook and into the hills beyond the river. Martha had borrowed the cart and its ancient mare from a farmer who owed her a debt of gratitude. His prize bull had been saved from a mysterious wasting disease by one of Martha's herbal remedies. The cart creaked and swayed over the rutted road, loaded with supplies for their journey, and several examples of Elena's preserved foods that Martha insisted they bring as gifts for their host. "Tell me about Lord Blackwood," Elena said as they walked, trying to calm her nerves by focusing on practical questions. She had never met a nobleman before, had never even seen the inside of a manor house. The prospect of being judged by someone of such elevated station was both thrilling and terrifying. Martha was quiet for a long moment, her weathered face thoughtful as she considered how to answer. "Marcus Blackwood is difficult to explain," she said finally. "He's a man who has dedicated his life to understanding the natural world, to collecting knowledge that others might consider useless or dangerous. Some call him eccentric, others brilliant. I prefer to think of him as someone who sees possibilities where others see only problems." She adjusted her grip on the mare's lead rope, guiding the animal around a particularly deep rut in the road. His grandfather was a crusader who brought back knowledge from the Holy Land, techniques for preserving food in desert climates, methods for keeping water fresh during long sieges. His father continued the tradition, collecting wisdom from merchants and travelers who passed through their lands. And Marcus. Marcus has taken it further than either of them ever dreamed. Elena tried to imagine what such a collection of knowledge might look like. In her mind, she pictured a library filled with books like Martha's mysterious tome, walls lined with preserved foods from every corner of the world, rooms dedicated to perfecting the arts of transformation and preservation. "But why does he want to see me?" she asked. "I'm nobody special, just a merchant's daughter who's learned a few techniques from you." Martha's laugh was like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "Child, you've mastered the art of smoking meat in less than a month, created preservation methods that experienced butchers can't duplicate, and shown an understanding of the deeper principles that govern transformation and decay. If that doesn't make you special, then I don't know what does." As the morning progressed and the sun climbed higher in the sky, the landscape around them began to change. The familiar fields and meadows of Elena's childhood gave way to wilder terrain. Rolling hills covered with ancient forests, streams that ran clear and cold from hidden springs, valleys where mist lingered even in the full light of day. It was beautiful country, but there was something about it that made Elena feel slightly uneasy. The trees seemed older here, more gnarled and mysterious. The shadows were deeper, the silence more profound. Even the air felt different, thicker somehow, as if it were charged with possibilities that she couldn't quite identify. "We're entering Lord Blackwood's lands now," Martha said, noticing Elena's reaction to their surroundings. "He owns everything from here to the river, and much beyond it as well. But it's not just the size of his holdings that makes this place special. It's what he's done with them." As if to illustrate her point, they rounded a bend in the road, and Elena saw something that made her gasp in amazement. Stretching across a narrow valley was a series of terraced pools, each one filled with water that reflected the sky like polished mirrors. But these weren't natural pools. They had been carved from the living rock, connected by channels and sluices that controlled the flow of water with mathematical precision. "Salt pools," Martha explained, seeing Elena's wonder. "Lord Blackwood has recreated the ancient Roman method of harvesting salt from inland springs. The water flows from pool to pool, evaporating slowly in the sun, concentrating until it yields salt of incredible purity." Elena stared at the installation in amazement. She had learned to make salt from seawater using Martha's simple pans and furnaces, but this was something entirely different. An industrial operation that could produce salt in quantities she had never imagined possible. "But we're 20 miles from the sea," she said. "Where does the salt water come from?" "Underground springs," Martha replied. "This entire region sits on deposits of ancient salt, laid down when seas covered this land millions of years ago. Lord Blackwood discovered that certain springs tap into those deposits, bringing salt water to the surface. All he had to do was learn to harvest it." They continued along the road, and Elena found herself constantly amazed by the evidence of Lord Blackwood's innovations. There were windmills that pumped water uphill to irrigate terraced gardens. There were buildings constructed with thick stone walls and deep foundations that seemed designed to maintain constant temperatures regardless of the weather outside. There were even what appeared to be artificial caves carved into hillsides, their entrances sealed with heavy wooden doors. "What are those?" Elena asked, pointing to one of the cave entrances. "Storage facilities," Martha replied. "Places where temperature and humidity can be controlled precisely, where foods can be aged and preserved under ideal conditions. You'll see them from the inside soon enough. As they crested a final hill, Lord Blackwood's manor house came into view, and Elena felt her breath catch in her throat. It was unlike any building she had ever seen. Not just larger than anything in her experience, but different in fundamental ways that spoke of purposes beyond simple habitation. The main structure was built of local stone, but it had been designed with features that Elena couldn't immediately understand. There were towers that seemed too tall for defense, windows that were positioned to capture light at specific angles, and what appeared to be a complex system of channels and pipes that carried water to and from various parts of the building. But it was the outbuildings that truly captured Elena's attention. Scattered around the main house were dozens of smaller structures, each one clearly designed for a specific purpose. She could see smokehouses that made her own improvised facility look primitive by comparison. Buildings that seemed to be dedicated to different aspects of food preservation, and structures whose purposes she couldn't even begin to guess. It's like a village dedicated entirely to preservation, she whispered. In many ways, that's exactly what it is, Martha replied. Lord Blackwood has spent his entire adult life creating the perfect environment for studying and perfecting the arts of preservation. What you're seeing is the result of 30 years of experimentation and innovation. As their cart approached the manor house, Elena saw a figure emerge from the main building and walk toward them. Even at a distance, she could tell that this was no ordinary servant. The man moved with the confident stride of someone accustomed to command, and his clothing, while practical, was of obviously fine quality. Lord Marcus Blackwood was not what Elena had expected. She had imagined a nobleman would be soft and pampered, perhaps elderly and dignified. Instead, she found herself facing a man who appeared to be in his early 40s, with the lean build and calloused hands of someone who worked with his own tools. His dark hair was streaked with premature gray, and his eyes held the intense focus of someone whose mind was constantly engaged with complex problems. Martha Blackthorne, he said, his voice carrying genuine warmth as he approached their cart. It's been too long since you've visited us, and this must be the young woman I've been hearing such remarkable things about. Elena felt her cheeks flush as Lord Blackwood's attention turned to her. She had prepared herself for this moment, had practiced the proper forms of address that Martha had taught her, but now that the moment had arrived, she found herself tongue-tied with nervousness. "My lord," she managed, attempting a curtsy that felt awkward and uncertain. Lord Blackwood's smile was kind, understanding. "Please, there's no need for such formality. Anyone who has mastered the arts that Martha tells me you've learned is welcome here as a colleague, not a supplicant. Call me Marcus, and allow me to welcome you to what I like to think of as a sanctuary for the preservation arts." Elena felt some of her nervousness fade at his informal manner. This was not the haughty, intimidating nobleman she had feared, but someone who seemed genuinely interested in her knowledge and eager to share his own. "Martha has told me about your innovations in smoking techniques," Marcus continued, helping to unload their cart. "I'm particularly interested in your use of mixed woods to achieve different preservation effects. It's an approach that aligns perfectly with some experiments I've been conducting." As they walked toward the manor house, Marcus began pointing out various features of his estate, explaining their purposes with the enthusiasm of someone who loved his work. Elena listened in fascination, trying to absorb the flood of information he was sharing. "The key to successful preservation," Marcus said as they passed a building that seemed to be constructed entirely of stone, with no windows and only a single heavy door, "is understanding that different foods require different environments. What works perfectly for meat might be disastrous for vegetables. What preserves fruit might ruin cheese. So we've created specialized facilities for each type of preservation. He gestured toward the windowless stone building. This, for example, is our root cellar, but not the simple hole in the ground that most people call by that name. The walls are 3 feet thick, insulated with sawdust and charcoal. The floor is designed to drain away excess moisture while maintaining proper humidity. And the temperature, well, you'll see. Marcus opened the heavy door, and Elena felt a rush of cool air that made her shiver despite the warm afternoon sun. The interior of the building was like stepping into another world. A vast underground chamber that extended far beyond what the external dimensions had suggested. The walls were lined with wooden shelves and bins, each one carefully labeled and filled with preserved foods of every description. There were root vegetables that looked as fresh as if they had been harvested that morning, despite the fact that Marcus assured her they had been stored for months. There were apples that gleamed like jewels in the dim light, their skins unblemished by time or decay. There were wheels of cheese aging slowly in the perfect conditions, developing flavors that could never be achieved in ordinary storage. But it was the temperature that truly amazed Elena. Despite the warmth of the day outside, the air in the root cellar was cool and constant, with the particular quality that she had learned to associate with perfect preservation conditions. "How?" she asked, her voice filled with wonder. Marcus smiled at her reaction. "Underground springs," he explained. "The same springs that provide salt water for our evaporation pools also provide a constant source of cool water that we circulate through pipes in the walls. It's an adaptation of techniques I learned from studying Roman aqueducts. They understood that moving water could be used for more than just transportation." Elena walked through the root cellar in amazement, examining foods that had been preserved using techniques she had never imagined. There were vegetables that had been stored in beds of sand that somehow maintained perfect moisture levels. There were fruits that had been wrapped in leaves treated with preservative solutions. There were even what appeared to be fresh eggs, stored in containers filled with a clear liquid that Marcus explained was a lime water solution, similar to what Martha had shown her, but refined and perfected over years of experimentation. "This is just the beginning," Marcus said as they prepared to leave the root cellar. "Wait until you see the ice houses." Elena had heard of ice houses, of course. Wealthy nobles sometimes had them built to store ice cut from frozen ponds during winter, but she had never seen one, and she couldn't imagine how ice could be preserved through the heat of summer. Marcus led her to what appeared to be a small hill behind the manor house, covered with grass and wildflowers like any natural feature of the landscape. But as they approached, Elena realized that the hill was artificial, a carefully constructed mound that concealed something far more complex beneath its innocent exterior. The secret to preserving ice, Marcus explained as he opened a door that seemed to emerge from the hillside itself, is understanding that cold, like heat, can be contained and controlled if you know how to build the proper barriers. The door opened onto a staircase that descended into darkness, and Elena felt a rush of air so cold that it made her gasp. Marcus lit a torch from a supply kept near the entrance, and they began their descent into what could only be described as an underground winter. The ice house was a marvel of engineering and design. The walls were constructed of multiple layers, stone on the outside for strength, then thick layers of sawdust and straw for insulation, then more stone, then more insulation, creating barriers that kept the cold in and the heat out with remarkable efficiency. But it was the ice itself that truly took Elena's breath away. The chamber was filled with blocks of ice so clear and pure that they seemed like giant crystals, stacked and arranged with mathematical precision. The ice gleamed in the torchlight like captured winter, beautiful and impossible in the depths of autumn. "We cut this ice from our ponds last February," Marcus said, running his hand along one of the massive blocks. "It will last until next winter, providing us with the ability to preserve foods using cold throughout the entire year." Elena stared at the ice in amazement, trying to understand how such a thing was possible. "But how do you keep it from melting?" "Insulation," Marcus replied. "And understanding that cold, like any other force, follows predictable patterns. The ice melts very slowly, and the meltwater drains away through channels in the floor. What remains stays frozen because it's surrounded by other frozen blocks and protected from outside heat by layers of insulation." He led her deeper into the ice house, showing her chambers where different foods were preserved using the power of cold. There were meats that had been frozen solid, maintaining their freshness for months without any other preservation. There were vegetables that had been stored in containers surrounded by ice, keeping them crisp and fresh long past their normal season. There were even dairy products that had been preserved using controlled cold, creating flavors and textures that couldn't be achieved any other way. "Cold preservation is the most powerful technique we have," Marcus explained as they examined a side of beef that had been frozen for 6 months, but looked as fresh as if it had been butchered that morning. "It stops decay completely, freezes time itself. But it requires more infrastructure than most people can manage, and it only works as long as you can maintain the cold." Elena nodded, understanding the limitations even as she marveled at the possibilities. The ice house was incredible, but it represented a level of resources and planning that was far beyond what most people could achieve. Still, the principles behind it were fascinating, and she found herself wondering if there might be ways to apply them on a smaller scale. As they emerged from the ice house into the warmth of the afternoon sun, Elena felt as if she had been transported to another world and back. The techniques she had learned from Martha suddenly seemed like the first words of a language she was only beginning to understand. There were possibilities for preservation that she had never imagined, methods that could transform the way people thought about food and time, and the relationship between abundance and scarcity. "There's more to see," Marcus said, noticing her fascination. "But first, I think we should discuss why I invited you here." He led her to a garden behind the manor house, where they sat on stone benches surrounded by herbs and vegetables that seemed to thrive despite the lateness of the season. Martha joined them, settling onto a bench with the careful movements of someone whose bones had seen too many winters. "Elena," Marcus began, his voice taking on a more serious tone, "Martha has told me about your natural understanding of preservation techniques, your ability to master complex processes in remarkably short periods of time. But she's also told me about your family's situation, about the challenges you're facing." Elena felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She had hoped that her growing skills might make people forget about her family's reduced circumstances, but apparently their poverty was still common knowledge. "I'm not offering charity," Marcus continued, seeming to sense her discomfort. "What I'm offering is an opportunity, a chance to learn techniques that very few people in the world understand, in exchange for your help with some experiments I've been conducting." Elena looked at Martha, trying to read the old woman's expression. Martha's face was carefully neutral, but there was something in her eyes that suggested this conversation had been planned in advance. "What kind of experiments?" Elena asked. Marcus smiled, and there was something in his expression that reminded Elena of Martha when she was about to reveal a particularly interesting secret. I've been working on a problem that has challenged preservationists for centuries. How to preserve foods for truly long periods. Not just months, but years. Even decades. I believe I've discovered some promising approaches. But I need someone with your intuitive understanding of preservation principles to help me perfect them. Elena felt her heart quicken with excitement. The idea of learning preservation techniques that could keep foods fresh for years was almost beyond imagination. What would I need to do? Live here for the winter, Marcus replied. Work with me in my laboratories. Help me test new techniques. Contribute your own insights and innovations. In exchange, you'll have access to my entire collection of preservation knowledge, my facilities, my resources, and, he paused, glancing at Martha. I'll pay your family enough to see them comfortably through the winter, with a bonus if our experiments prove successful. Elena stared at him, hardly able to believe what she was hearing. It was the answer to all their problems. Her family would be fed and housed. She would learn techniques beyond her wildest dreams, and she would be paid for the privilege. There's just one thing, Marcus added, his voice becoming more serious. The work we'll be doing is experimental. Some of it pushes the boundaries of what most people would consider natural. There are those who might consider it dangerous, even heretical. You would need to be prepared for that possibility. Elena thought about the whispers that had followed her in the village, the way people crossed themselves when they saw her, the fear and fascination that her growing knowledge seemed to inspire. She was already walking a path that some considered unnatural. How much further could she go? I accept, she said, the words coming out before she had fully considered all the implications. Martha smiled, and there was pride in her expression. I thought you might. You have the soul of a true keeper of winter's table, child. You understand that knowledge is worth any risk, any sacrifice. Marcus stood and extended his hand to Elena, sealing their agreement with a firm handshake. Welcome to Blackwood Manor, Elena Ashford. Your real education begins now. As the sun began to set behind the hills, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, Elena found herself being shown to quarters that were more luxurious than anything she had ever experienced. Her room was in a wing of the manor house that Marcus explained was reserved for visiting scholars and researchers, people who came to study his collection of preservation knowledge or to collaborate on his experiments. The room itself was simply furnished but comfortable, with a real bed instead of a straw mattress, a writing desk positioned to catch the morning light, and shelves that were already stocked with books about preservation techniques from around the world. But it was the window that truly captured Elena's attention. It looked out over the estate's preservation facilities, giving her a view of the smokehouses, storage buildings, and experimental gardens that would be her workplace for the months to come. Dinner is at sunset, Marcus had told her. We keep early hours here. There's too much work to be done to waste time on late nights and lazy mornings. But tonight, I want you to rest, to absorb what you've seen today. Tomorrow, we begin in earnest. Elena sat on the edge of her bed, trying to process everything that had happened. This morning, she had been Elena Ashford, a merchant's daughter who had learned some basic preservation techniques from the village wise woman. Now, she was a resident scholar at one of the most advanced preservation facilities in England, with access to knowledge and resources that most people couldn't even imagine. A soft knock at her door interrupted her thoughts. "Come in," she called, expecting to see a servant with water for washing or perhaps additional blankets for the night. Instead, the door opened to reveal a young woman who appeared to be roughly Elena's own age, with auburn hair and intelligent green eyes. She was dressed in practical clothing that showed signs of honest work. Her hands were stained with what looked like plant dyes, and her apron bore the marks of someone who spent her days working with various preservation materials. "I'm Margaret Blackwood," the young woman said, stepping into the room with a confidence that spoke of someone comfortable in her own home. "Marcus is my father, and I wanted to welcome you to our household properly." Elena stood quickly, uncertain of the proper protocol for meeting a nobleman's daughter. But Margaret's manner was as informal as her father's had been, and she gestured for Elena to sit back down. "Please, don't stand on ceremony," Margaret said, settling into the room's single chair. "Father has told me about your work with smoking techniques, and I'm eager to hear about your methods. I've been working on some preservation experiments of my own, and I think we might have some interesting things to discuss." Elena felt a surge of relief at Margaret's friendly manner. She had been worried about how she would fit into a noble household, whether she would be accepted by people who had been born to privilege and education. But Margaret seemed genuinely interested in her knowledge, treating her as a colleague rather than a curiosity. "What kind of experiments are you working on?" Elena asked. Margaret's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. "Fermentation, primarily. I've been studying the ways that controlled decay can be used to preserve foods and create new flavors. Did you know that properly fermented vegetables can last for years without any other preservation method? And the flavors that develop during fermentation, they're unlike anything you can achieve with salt or smoke alone." Elena shook her head, fascinated. She had heard of fermentation, of course. Everyone knew about making ale and wine, about the way grain could be transformed into bread through the action of yeast. But she had never considered it as a preservation technique. "Would you like to see my laboratory?" Margaret asked. "I have some experiments running that I think you'd find interesting." Elena nodded eagerly, and Margaret led her through corridors that seemed to extend in all directions, past rooms filled with equipment and materials that Elena couldn't identify. The manor house was even larger than it had appeared from outside, with wings and additions that suggested decades of expansion and modification. Margaret's laboratory was located in what had once been a large pantry, but which had been converted into something that looked like a cross between a kitchen and an alchemist's workshop. The walls were lined with shelves holding hundreds of glass jars, each one filled with vegetables or fruits in various stages of fermentation. The air was thick with the complex sense of controlled decay, sour and sharp, but not unpleasant. "For each jar represents a different experiment," Margaret explained, gesturing toward the impressive collection. "Different vegetables, different fermentation solutions, different time periods. I'm trying to understand the principles that govern fermentation, to develop techniques that can be applied reliably rather than just hoping for lucky accidents." Elena moved closer to examine the jars, amazed by the variety of colors and textures she saw. Some contained vegetables that looked almost unchanged from their fresh state, while others held foods that had been transformed into something entirely different. The solutions ranged from clear to cloudy, from pale to deeply colored, each one representing a different approach to the fermentation process. "This one," Margaret said, selecting a jar filled with what appeared to be cabbage in a cloudy brine, "has been fermenting for 6 months. The cabbage has been completely transformed. It's more nutritious now than when it was fresh, and it will keep for years without any additional preservation." She opened the jar and offered Elena a small piece of the fermented cabbage. The flavor was intense and complex, sour and salty, with underlying notes that seemed to change as Elena chewed. It was unlike anything she had ever tasted, but undeniably delicious. "How do you control the fermentation?" Elena asked. "How do you make sure it preserves the food instead of just rotting it?" Margaret smiled, clearly pleased by the question. That's the key to the whole process, understanding the difference between beneficial fermentation and harmful decay. It's all about creating the right environment for the beneficial bacteria while preventing the harmful ones from taking hold. She led Elena to a section of the laboratory where dozens of smaller jars were arranged in neat rows, each one labeled with careful notes about ingredients, dates, and conditions. Salt concentration is crucial. Too little and harmful bacteria can grow. Too much and the beneficial fermentation can't occur. Temperature matters too, and cleanliness, and even the phases of the moon seem to have some effect, though I'm still trying to understand why. Elena listened in fascination as Margaret explained the complex science behind fermentation. It was clear that this was more than just a hobby for the young woman. She had developed a deep understanding of the biological processes involved, and her systematic approach to experimentation was producing remarkable results. "I'd love to learn more about this," Elena said. "Could you teach me some of the basic techniques?" "Of course," Margaret replied. "In fact, I was hoping you might be willing to share some of your smoking methods with me. I think there might be ways to combine fermentation and smoking that could produce entirely new preservation effects." As they talked, Elena began to understand that she had found more than just a place to learn advanced preservation techniques. She had found a community of people who shared her passion for understanding the deeper principles behind food preservation, who saw the transformation of temporary abundance into permanent sustenance as both art and science. A bell chimed somewhere in the manor house, and Margaret looked up with a smile. "Dinner," she said. "Father likes to eat early, so we can spend the evening discussing the day's work. I think you'll find our dinner conversations quite different from what you're used to." The dining hall was smaller and more intimate than Elena had expected, with a round table that encouraged conversation rather than formal hierarchy. Marcus was already seated, along with several other people whom Elena didn't recognize. Men and women of various ages, all with the practical clothing and stained hands that marked them as people who worked with their hands as well as their minds. "Elena," Marcus said as she entered, "let me introduce you to the rest of our household. These are the people who help me in my research, each one a specialist in different aspects of preservation." There was Thomas Fletcher, a man in his 50s who had spent decades perfecting techniques for preserving meat using salt and spices. There was Sarah Whitmore, a woman who specialized in the preservation of dairy products and had developed methods for aging cheese that produced flavors found nowhere else in England. There was even a young man named David Chen, whose grandfather had come from distant China and who had brought with him preservation techniques that were completely unknown in Europe. As they ate, a meal that showcased the incredible variety of preserved foods that the estate produced, Elena found herself part of conversations that ranged from the technical details of specific preservation methods to philosophical discussions about the nature of time and transformation. "The key insight," Marcus said as they discussed the principles behind successful preservation, "is understanding that we're not fighting against natural processes. We're redirecting them. Decay is natural, but so is preservation. Salt preserves meat not by stopping all biological activity, but by creating conditions where beneficial processes can occur while harmful ones are prevented. It's like conducting an orchestra, added Sarah, cutting into a piece of cheese that had been aged for 2 years in the estate's caves. Every element has to be in harmony. Salt, concentration, temperature, humidity, time. Get any one element wrong, and the whole composition fails. Elena listened to these discussions with growing excitement. These people understood preservation not just as a collection of techniques, but as a coherent system of knowledge with underlying principles that could be applied in countless ways. They were pushing the boundaries of what was possible, experimenting with combinations and approaches that no one had ever tried before. Tomorrow, Marcus said as the meal drew to a close, we'll begin your real education. I want to show you some techniques that I've been developing. Methods that go beyond anything that's been attempted before. But I also want to learn from you. Your intuitive understanding of preservation principles might help us solve problems that have been puzzling us for years. As Elena prepared for bed that night, she reflected on how much her life had changed in just a few months. She had gone from desperate poverty to a position where she was treated as a valued colleague by some of the most knowledgeable preservation experts in England. She had access to resources and techniques that most people couldn't even imagine, and she was being paid to learn skills that would serve her for the rest of her life. But more than that, she had found her calling. She understood now that she was meant to be a keeper of Winter's table, a guardian of the knowledge that allowed humanity to triumph over scarcity and want. The techniques she was learning weren't just about keeping food fresh. They were about preserving hope itself, about ensuring that abundance could be captured and held against the inevitable coming of lean times. As she drifted off to sleep in her comfortable bed, Elena dreamed of fermentation vessels and smoking chambers, of ice houses and root cellars, of all the ways that human ingenuity could transform the temporary into the permanent. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new knowledge, new opportunities to master the ancient arts of preservation. But tonight, for the first time in months, Elena Ashford slept peacefully, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. The next morning dawned clear and cold, with frost painting intricate patterns on Elena's window. She woke before sunrise, her body still accustomed to the early hours that her work with Martha had required. But instead of the familiar routine of tending smoking fires, she found herself preparing for something entirely new. Her first day as a resident scholar at one of the most advanced preservation facilities in the known world. A soft knock at her door announced the arrival of a servant bearing a tray with breakfast. Not the simple porridge and bread she was accustomed to, but an array of preserved foods that showcased the estate's capabilities. There were fruits that had been dried using techniques that concentrated their sweetness while maintaining their nutritional value. There were meats that had been cured using spice combinations from distant lands. There were even eggs that had been preserved using methods Elena had never seen before, their yolks bright orange and their flavors incredibly rich. As she ate, Elena studied the books that lined her room's shelves. Most were written in languages she couldn't read: Latin, Greek, and what appeared to be Arabic or Chinese characters. But there were also volumes in English, with titles that made her heart race with anticipation. The Principles of Salt Preservation, Advanced Techniques in Controlled Fermentation, The Art of Ice Storage in Temperate Climates. A second knock interrupted her reading. This time it was Margaret, dressed in practical work clothes and carrying what appeared to be a leather satchel filled with tools and notebooks. "Good morning," Margaret said with a smile. "Father asked me to collect you for your first proper tour of the facilities." Yesterday was just an introduction. Today, you'll see how everything really works. Elena quickly finished her breakfast and gathered her own notebook, a gift from Martha that she'd been using to record her observations and experiments. She had a feeling she would need to take extensive notes today. Margaret led her through corridors she hadn't seen before, past rooms filled with equipment that seemed to serve purposes Elena couldn't identify. The manor house was even more complex than she had realized, with entire wings dedicated to different aspects of preservation research. The key to understanding Father's work, Margaret explained as they walked, is recognizing that he approaches preservation as a science, rather than just a craft. Every technique has been tested, measured, refined through countless experiments. Nothing is left to chance or tradition. Everything is based on understanding the underlying principles. They emerged into a courtyard that Elena hadn't seen during her previous tour, surrounded by buildings that were clearly designed for serious research work. The structures were built with thick stone walls and carefully positioned windows that would provide consistent lighting throughout the day. This is where the real work happens, Margaret said, opening the door to the largest of the buildings. Father's main laboratory, where he develops new techniques and tests theories about preservation. The interior of the laboratory was unlike anything Elena had ever seen. It was a vast space filled with equipment that seemed to belong more in a cathedral than a workshop. Massive stone tables, complex arrangements of glass vessels connected by copper tubing, furnaces that could maintain precise temperatures for weeks at a time. But it was the organization that truly impressed Elena. Every surface was carefully labeled. Every tool had its designated place. Every experiment was documented with meticulous notes that tracked variables, conditions, and results. This wasn't the intuitive, tradition-based approach that Martha had taught her. This was preservation as a systematic science. Marcus was already at work when they arrived, bent over a series of glass vessels that contained what appeared to be various solutions for preserving different types of food. He looked up as they entered, his face lighting up with the enthusiasm of someone who loved his work. "Elena, perfect timing," he said, gesturing toward the vessels. "I want to show you something that I think will interest you. We've been working on a problem that has challenged preservationists for centuries: how to preserve foods that are naturally resistant to traditional methods." He led her to a section of the laboratory where dozens of glass containers held what appeared to be various fruits and vegetables in different stages of preservation. But these weren't the familiar techniques Elena had learned. There were no salt brines, no smoking chambers, no fermentation vessels. These foods are being preserved using techniques that most people would consider impossible, Marcus explained. We're using controlled atmospheres, precise temperature management, and chemical solutions that create preservation effects without altering the food's natural characteristics. Elena examined the containers with growing amazement. The fruits and vegetables inside looked almost exactly as they had when fresh, with no signs of the changes that usually accompanied preservation. There were apples that retained their crisp texture and bright color, vegetables that looked as if they had been harvested that morning, even delicate herbs that maintained their fresh appearance and aroma. "How is this possible?" she asked. "By understanding that preservation isn't about stopping time," Marcus replied, "but about controlling the conditions that cause decay. If you can create an environment where the processes that cause spoilage can't occur, then foods can remain fresh almost indefinitely." He showed her how the containers were connected to a complex system of pumps and filters that controlled the composition of the air around the preserved foods. "We remove oxygen, which prevents oxidation, We control humidity to prevent mold and bacterial growth. We maintain precise temperatures that slow all biological processes to nearly zero. Elena stared at the apparatus in wonder. It was preservation taken to its logical extreme. Not just slowing decay, but stopping it entirely by controlling every variable that contributed to spoilage. But this must require enormous resources, she said. The equipment, the constant monitoring, the precise control. You're absolutely right, Marcus acknowledged. These techniques aren't practical for most people, most situations, but they represent the theoretical limits of what's possible in preservation. By understanding the extreme cases, we can develop more practical applications. He led her to another section of the laboratory where the equipment was simpler, but no less impressive. Here, Elena saw preservation techniques that bridged the gap between the traditional methods she had learned and the advanced systems Marcus had just shown her. This is where your knowledge becomes valuable, Marcus said. You understand the traditional techniques intuitively, but you also have the scientific curiosity to push beyond tradition. I think you can help us develop preservation methods that are both effective and practical. Over the next several hours, Elena found herself immersed in experiments that challenged everything she thought she knew about preservation. She worked alongside Marcus and Margaret, testing new combinations of salt and spices, experimenting with different smoking techniques, exploring the possibilities of controlled fermentation. But it was when Marcus showed her his most ambitious project that Elena truly understood the scope of what she had gotten herself into. I call it the eternal pantry, Marcus said, leading her to a section of the laboratory that was sealed off from the rest by heavy doors. It's an attempt to create a storage system that could preserve foods for decades, even centuries, without any degradation in quality or nutritional value. The Eternal Pantry was a marvel of engineering and design. It consisted of a series of chambers, each one designed to maintain specific conditions for different types of food. The chambers were connected by a complex system of pipes and channels that circulated air, controlled temperature, and monitored humidity with precision that seemed almost magical. The theory, Marcus explained as they walked through the facility, is that if you can create perfect conditions and maintain them indefinitely, then foods can be preserved for essentially unlimited periods. The practical challenges are enormous, but the potential benefits. Elena nodded, understanding the implications. A preservation system that could keep foods fresh for decades would revolutionize the way people thought about abundance and scarcity. It could eliminate famine, make long-distance trade more practical, even change the way armies were supplied during extended campaigns. But there's a problem, Marcus continued, his voice taking on a more serious tone. The system works perfectly in theory, and our small-scale tests have been successful. But when we try to scale it up, when we try to preserve large quantities of food for extended periods, something goes wrong. He led her to a chamber that was clearly not functioning properly. The carefully controlled atmosphere had been disrupted, and the foods inside showed signs of decay despite the sophisticated preservation systems. We've lost 3 major experiments in the past year, Marcus said, his frustration evident. Each time, the system works perfectly for weeks or months, then suddenly fails catastrophically. We can't identify the cause, and we can't predict when it will happen. Elena studied the failed chamber, her mind racing with possibilities. She had learned from Martha that preservation was as much art as science, that there were subtle factors that couldn't be measured or controlled through mechanical means alone. May I examine some of the foods that failed? she asked. Marcus nodded, retrieving samples from the failed chamber. Elena examined them carefully, using all the senses that Martha had taught her to rely on. She smelled the foods, felt their textures, even tasted small samples to understand how the preservation process had gone wrong. "I think I see the problem," she said finally. "Your system is too perfect." Marcus looked at her with surprise. Too perfect? How can preservation be too perfect? Elena chose her words carefully, trying to explain an intuition that she didn't fully understand herself. "Martha taught me that preservation isn't about stopping all biological activity. It's about creating conditions where beneficial processes can occur while harmful ones are prevented. Your system stops everything, but some biological activity might actually be necessary for long-term preservation." She pointed to one of the failed samples. "This meat shows signs of a particular type of decay that I've seen before. It happens when meat is preserved in conditions that are too sterile, too controlled. The beneficial bacteria that normally help preserve meat can't survive. So, when harmful bacteria do manage to get in, there's nothing to compete with them." Marcus stared at her, his expression shifting from surprise to understanding. "You're suggesting that our preservation system is failing because it's too effective." "I'm suggesting that preservation is a balance," Elena replied. "Not a war between humans and nature, but a collaboration. Your system tries to control everything, but maybe some things need to be left to natural processes." Margaret, who had been listening to this conversation with growing excitement, suddenly spoke up. "That's exactly what I've observed in my fermentation experiments. The most successful preservations happen when I create the right conditions and then let natural processes do their work. When I try to control everything, the results are often disappointing." Marcus was quiet for a long moment, clearly processing this new perspective on his work. Finally, he smiled. Not the polite smile of a host, but the genuine expression of someone who had just encountered a new and exciting idea. "Elena," he said, "I think you're going to be even more valuable to our research than I had hoped. Would you be willing to work with us to redesign the Eternal Pantry? To help us find the balance between control and natural processes?" Elena felt her heart race with excitement. This was beyond anything she had imagined when she first began learning preservation techniques from Martha. She was being asked to help solve one of the most challenging problems in the field, to contribute her knowledge to research that could change the world. "I would be honored," she said. And so began Elena's real education in the advanced arts of preservation. Over the following days, she worked alongside Marcus and Margaret to redesign the Eternal Pantry, incorporating principles that balanced scientific control with natural processes. She learned techniques that pushed the boundaries of what was possible, while contributing insights that came from her intuitive understanding of preservation principles. But more than that, she began to understand that she was part of something larger than herself. A community of people dedicated to preserving not just food, but knowledge itself. The techniques they were developing would be passed on to future generations, ensuring that the hard-won wisdom of the past would not be lost to time. As autumn deepened into winter, Elena Ashford continued her transformation from a desperate merchant's daughter into something the world had never seen before. A keeper of winter's table who combined ancient wisdom with modern innovation, traditional techniques with scientific understanding, intuitive knowledge with systematic research. The girl who had once watched her mother try to make a single turnip feed a family of 5 was becoming someone who could preserve abundance for generations, who could hold time itself in suspension until the moment when it was needed most. But her greatest challenges still lay ahead. The Underground Kingdom. Winter had settled over Lord Blackwood's estate like a heavy blanket, transforming the landscape into a world of crystalline beauty and bitter cold. Snow lay thick on the ground, and the preservation facilities that had seemed so impressive in autumn now revealed their true purpose, maintaining the delicate balance of temperature and humidity that kept their precious stores safe through the harshest months of the year. Elena had been at Blackwood Manor for 2 months now, and her education in the advanced arts of preservation had progressed far beyond anything she had imagined possible. Working alongside Marcus and Margaret, she had helped redesign the Eternal Pantry, incorporating principles that balanced scientific control with natural processes. The results had been remarkable. Foods that had been preserved using their new techniques showed no signs of decay even after months of storage. But it was on a particularly cold morning in January that Elena made a discovery that would change everything she thought she knew about preservation. She had been working in the manor's deepest cellar, testing a new technique for preserving root vegetables in controlled atmospheres, when she noticed something odd about the stone wall at the far end of the chamber. The stones in that section were different from the rest. Older, more weathered, fitted together with a precision that spoke of master craftsmen working with tools and techniques that seemed almost impossibly advanced. "Margaret," she called to her friend who was working at a nearby table. "Come look at this wall. Does it seem strange to you?" Margaret set down her notebook and joined Elena at the far end of the cellar. She studied the wall with the same careful attention she brought to her fermentation experiments, running her hands along the ancient stones. "You're right," Margaret said finally. "This section is much older than the rest of the manor. Father mentioned once that parts of the estate were built on the foundations of earlier structures, but I never paid much attention to the details." Elena pressed her ear against the wall, listening carefully. There was something about the sound when she tapped the stones that suggested empty space beyond, as if the wall was not solid but merely a barrier concealing something larger. "I think there might be a chamber behind this wall," she said. "Or maybe even a passage. The acoustics are all wrong for solid stone." Margaret's eyes lit up with curiosity. "Should we tell Father?" Elena considered this. Marcus had been working on a particularly complex preservation experiment for the past week, and she hesitated to interrupt him with what might turn out to be nothing more than her imagination. But the more she studied the wall, the more convinced she became that there was something significant hidden behind it. "Let's investigate a little more first," she said. "If we find something interesting, then we'll get your father." The 2 young women spent the next hour carefully examining every stone in the suspicious section of wall. It was Margaret who finally found what they were looking for. A stone that was slightly different from the others, with worn edges that suggested it had been moved many times over the years. "This one," Margaret said, pressing against a stone that was positioned at shoulder height. "It feels loose." Elena joined her, and together they applied pressure to the stone. At first, nothing happened. Then, with a grinding sound that spoke of mechanisms that had not been used for decades, the stone began to move inward. The effect was immediate and dramatic. As the stone slid back into the wall, there was a series of clicks and grinding sounds, as if some complex mechanism was being activated. Then, with a rumble that made the floor vibrate beneath their feet, an entire section of the wall began to swing inward, revealing a passage that disappeared into darkness. "By all the saints," Margaret whispered, staring into the black opening. "It's real." Elena felt her heart racing with excitement and anticipation. The passage was clearly ancient, carved from living rock with a precision that spoke of master craftsmen. But more than that, there was something about the air that flowed from the opening. It was cool and dry, with a quality that Elena had learned to associate with perfect preservation conditions. "We need light," Elena said, retrieving a torch from the cellar's supply. "And we should probably tell someone where we're going, in case..." "In case what?" Margaret asked, but her voice carried the same mixture of excitement and apprehension that Elena was feeling. "In case we get lost," Elena replied, though she suspected there might be other dangers in the ancient passage. "Let's at least leave a note for your father, explaining what we found." Margaret quickly scribbled a note explaining their discovery and their intention to explore the passage. She left it on the table where Marcus would be sure to find it, then retrieved a second torch for herself. "Ready?" Elena asked, holding her torch high as she approached the opening. "Ready," Margaret replied, though her voice carried a slight tremor. The passage beyond the hidden door was unlike anything Elena had ever seen. It was clearly ancient, carved from solid rock with a precision that seemed almost impossible given the tools that would have been available to its builders. The walls were smooth and straight, the ceiling was perfectly arched, and the floor was paved with stones that had been fitted together so precisely that not even a knife blade could slip between them. But it was the preservation of the passage itself that truly amazed Elena. Despite what must have been centuries of disuse, the stonework showed no signs of decay or deterioration. The air was clean and dry, with no trace of the mustiness that usually characterized underground spaces. "This is incredible," Margaret whispered, her voice echoing in the narrow passage. "The engineering, the craftsmanship. Who could have built something like this?" Elena had been wondering the same thing. The passage showed signs of construction techniques that were far more advanced than anything she had seen in medieval buildings. The precision of the stonework, the sophisticated understanding of structural engineering, the careful attention to ventilation and drainage. All of it spoke of builders who possessed knowledge that had been lost to the modern world. The passage continued for what felt like hundreds of yards, sloping gently downward as it penetrated deeper into the earth. Occasionally, they passed side passages that branched off into darkness, but Elena and Margaret stayed on the main route, following it toward whatever destination its builders had intended. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of walking through the torchlit passage, they emerged into a chamber that took their breath away. It was vast, larger than the great hall of Blackwood Manor, with a vaulted ceiling that disappeared into shadows above their torches' reach. But it was not empty. The chamber was filled with structures that could only be described as the most sophisticated preservation facilities Elena had ever seen. Stone tables lined the walls, each one carved with channels and depressions that were clearly designed to hold specific types of preserved foods. There were what appeared to be fermentation vessels, but made from stone rather than clay or wood, with covers that fitted so precisely that they created perfect seals. There were storage alcoves carved directly into the walls, each one designed to maintain specific conditions of temperature and humidity. But it was the central feature of the chamber that truly captured their attention. In the middle of the vast space stood a structure that could only be described as a preservation altar. A massive stone table surrounded by channels and basins that were clearly designed to facilitate complex preservation processes. "This is a preservation facility," Elena whispered, her voice filled with awe. "But it's unlike anything I've ever seen. The sophistication, the scale. It's as if someone built the perfect environment for preserving food and then just abandoned it." Margaret was examining one of the stone fermentation vessels, running her hands along its perfectly smooth surface. "Elena, look at this. The craftsmanship is incredible, but more than that. I think some of these vessels still contain preserved foods." Elena joined her friend at the fermentation vessel, holding her torch high to examine its contents. Margaret was right. The vessel contained what appeared to be vegetables in various stages of fermentation, but vegetables that looked as fresh as if they had been prepared yesterday. "That's impossible," Elena said. "This place has been sealed for decades, maybe centuries. Nothing could stay preserved that long." But even as she spoke, Elena was beginning to understand that she was looking at preservation techniques that went far beyond anything she had learned from Martha or Marcus. The builders of this underground facility had possessed knowledge that made even the most advanced techniques at Blackwood Manor seem primitive by comparison. As they explored the chamber, Elena and Margaret found evidence of preservation methods that challenged everything they thought they knew about the limits of what was possible. There were foods that had been preserved using techniques they couldn't identify, stored in conditions that seemed to defy the natural laws of decay and deterioration. "We have to tell Father about this," Margaret said, her voice filled with excitement. "This could revolutionize everything we know about preservation." Elena nodded, but she was also feeling a growing sense of unease. The chamber was incredible, but there was something about it that felt wrong, as if they were intruding on secrets that were meant to remain hidden. It was then that they heard the footsteps. The sound echoed through the chamber. Slow, deliberate footsteps that seemed to come from one of the side passages they had passed on their way in. Elena and Margaret froze, their torches suddenly seeming inadequate against the vast darkness that surrounded them. "Who's there?" Elena called, her voice echoing in the stone chamber. The footsteps stopped, and for a moment there was only silence. Then, from the shadows at the edge of their torchlight, a figure emerged that made both young women gasp in surprise. It was a man, elderly but still vigorous, dressed in the simple brown robes of a monk. His hair was white with age, but his eyes were sharp and intelligent, and he moved with the confident stride of someone who was completely at home in the underground chamber. "I might ask you the same question," the man said, his voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed. "This is a sacred place, not meant for casual exploration." Elena found her voice first. "We're sorry. We didn't know. We found a passage by accident and followed it here. We meant no harm." The monk studied them carefully, his eyes taking in their practical clothing, their obvious interest in the preservation facilities, the respectful way they had been examining the ancient equipment. "You're from the manor above," he said finally. "Lord Blackwood's researchers. I've heard about the work you've been doing." "You know about our work?" Margaret asked, her surprise evident. The monk smiled, and there was something in his expression that reminded Elena of Martha when she was about to reveal a particularly interesting secret. "Child, I've been watching Lord Blackwood's experiments for years, his father before him and his grandfather before that. The Blackwood family has been searching for the secrets of perfect preservation for 3 generations, never knowing that those secrets lay directly beneath their feet." Elena felt her heart racing with excitement and anticipation. "You know about this place, about the preservation techniques?" "Know about them." The monk laughed, a sound that echoed through the stone chamber. "Child, I've been the keeper of this place for more than 40 years. I am Brother Augustine, and I am the last guardian of the Roman preservation arts." Elena and Margaret stared at him in amazement. Roman, Margaret whispered. Indeed, Brother Augustine replied, gesturing toward the sophisticated preservation facilities that surrounded them. This chamber was built by Roman engineers more than 1,000 years ago, when this land was part of the empire. They understood preservation techniques that make your modern methods seem like children's games. He moved to one of the stone fermentation vessels and opened it with practiced ease, revealing contents that looked as fresh as if they had been prepared that morning. These vegetables were preserved using Roman techniques that have been lost to the world for centuries. They will remain fresh for decades, perhaps centuries, because the Romans understood principles of preservation that your modern world has forgotten. Elena approached the vessel, studying its contents with growing amazement. The vegetables were not just preserved, they were perfect, showing no signs of age or deterioration, despite what must have been years of storage. "How is this possible?" she asked. Brother Augustine smiled. Because the Romans understood that preservation is not about fighting against nature, but about working with it. They knew how to create conditions where beneficial processes could continue indefinitely, where foods could actually improve with age rather than deteriorating. He led them deeper into the chamber, showing them preservation techniques that seemed almost magical in their sophistication. The Roman engineers who built this facility understood something that has been lost to the modern world. That preservation is not about stopping time, but about controlling it. They created systems that could maintain perfect conditions for centuries, using principles that your modern science is only beginning to rediscover. As Brother Augustine led them through the chamber, Elena began to understand that she was witnessing something unprecedented. The Roman preservation facility was not just ancient, it was advanced beyond anything she had imagined possible. The stone vessels were connected by channels that allowed for precise control of fermentation processes. The storage alcoves were positioned to take advantage of natural air currents that maintained perfect temperature and humidity. Even the lighting was carefully planned, with reflective surfaces that amplified their torches and directed light exactly where it was needed. "But how have you maintained all this?" Margaret asked, her scientific mind struggling to understand how such complex systems could function after centuries of abandonment. "Maintained?" Brother Augustine laughed. "Child, these systems maintain themselves. The Romans built them to function indefinitely, using principles of engineering that we're only beginning to understand. My role is not to maintain the facility, but to preserve the knowledge of how to use it." He led them to a section of the chamber where stone shelves held what appeared to be books, but books unlike any Elena had ever seen. The pages were made of some material that seemed immune to age and decay, and the writing was in a script that looked both ancient and impossibly precise. "The complete Roman Preservation Codex," Brother Augustine explained, handling one of the volumes with reverence. "Every technique, every formula, every principle that the Romans developed over centuries of experimentation. It's all here, preserved just as carefully as the foods in their vessels." Elena stared at the books with growing excitement. Here was knowledge that could revolutionize everything they understood about preservation. Techniques that could solve problems that had puzzled preservationists for generations. Would you be willing to teach us?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Brother Augustine studied her with the same penetrating gaze that Martha had used when she first evaluated Elena's potential. "That depends," he said finally. "What would you do with such knowledge? The techniques contained in these books are powerful beyond imagining. In the wrong hands, they could be dangerous." Elena considered the question carefully. She thought about her family, still struggling to survive in their cottage in Millbrook. She thought about the village, where people faced hunger every winter despite living in one of the most fertile regions of England. She thought about all the people who suffered from scarcity when abundance was possible, who went hungry when preservation techniques could provide plenty. I would use it to help people, she said finally, to teach them how to preserve abundance against scarcity, how to make sure that no one has to go hungry when there are techniques that could prevent it. Brother Augustine nodded slowly. A worthy goal. But understand this. The knowledge I can share with you comes with responsibilities. You would become a keeper of secrets that have been hidden for centuries, a guardian of techniques that could change the world. Are you prepared for that burden? Elena thought about Martha's words when she had first begun learning preservation techniques. Once you begin this path, there's no turning back. You'll see the world differently, understand things that others take for granted, carry responsibilities that others can't imagine. I am, she said. Brother Augustine smiled, and Elena saw in his expression the same satisfaction that Martha had shown when she accepted Elena as her student. Then let us begin. But first, we must inform Lord Blackwood of what you've discovered. He has been searching for these secrets his entire life. It's time he learned that they were beneath his feet all along. The return journey through the passage seemed shorter than their initial exploration, perhaps because Elena and Margaret were no longer walking into the unknown, but returning to the familiar world above with incredible news. Brother Augustine accompanied them, moving through the ancient corridors with the ease of someone who had walked them countless times. When they emerged into the manor's cellar, they found Marcus waiting for them, his face a mixture of worry and curiosity. He had clearly found Margaret's note and had been pacing the cellar, trying to decide whether to follow them into the unknown passage. Margaret, Elena, thank God you're safe, he said, relief evident in his voice. When I found your note, I didn't know whether to be proud of your initiative or terrified for your safety. Then his eyes fell on Brother Augustine, and his expression shifted to amazement. Brother Augustine? But how? I thought you were a legend, a story that the local farmers told about a hermit monk who lived somewhere in the hills. Not a hermit, Brother Augustine replied with a smile. A guardian. I've been living beneath your estate for more than 40 years, Marcus, preserving knowledge that your family has been seeking for 3 generations. Over the next several hours, as they sat in Marcus's study with a fire crackling in the hearth, Brother Augustine told them the full story of the Roman preservation facility and his role as its guardian. The facility was built in the 2nd century, he explained, when Roman engineers were at the height of their understanding of preservation techniques. They chose this location because of the unique geological conditions. Natural springs that provide constant temperature, limestone caves that maintain perfect humidity, and mineral deposits that enhance preservation processes. He paused to sip from a cup of wine that had been preserved using Roman techniques, and was unlike anything any of them had ever tasted. Rich and complex, with flavors that seemed to have been concentrated and refined by centuries of careful aging. When the Romans withdrew from Britain, they sealed the facility to protect it from barbarian raids. But they left behind detailed instructions for its use, hidden in monasteries throughout the region. I discovered those instructions 40 years ago, when I was a young monk studying ancient texts at the Abbey of St. Dunstan. Elena listened in fascination as Brother Augustine described his decades of study and experimentation. learning to understand and apply Roman preservation techniques that had been lost to the world for centuries. "But why have you kept this secret?" Marcus asked. "Knowledge like this could benefit everyone." Brother Augustine's expression grew serious. "Because knowledge without wisdom is dangerous, Marcus. The Roman techniques are incredibly powerful, but they require understanding, patience, and respect for the natural processes they harness. In the wrong hands, they could be used to create scarcity rather than abundance, to control rather than to nourish." Elena understood what he meant. The preservation techniques she had learned from Martha and Marcus were powerful enough to transform communities, to change the balance between abundance and scarcity. Roman techniques that were even more advanced could indeed be dangerous if used without proper understanding. "But you're willing to share this knowledge with us?" Margaret asked. "With the right people, under the right circumstances," Brother Augustine replied. "Elena has shown that she understands the deeper principles behind preservation, that she sees it as a responsibility rather than just a technique. And you, Marcus, have spent your life trying to perfect preservation methods not for personal gain, but to benefit humanity. I believe you can be trusted with this knowledge." Over the following weeks, Elena found herself immersed in an education that went far beyond anything she had imagined possible. Brother Augustine proved to be a teacher of extraordinary skill and patience, able to explain complex Roman techniques in ways that made their underlying principles clear and comprehensible. The Roman approach to preservation was fundamentally different from anything Elena had learned before. Where medieval techniques focused on individual methods, salting, smoking, fermentation, the Romans had developed integrated systems that combined multiple approaches to achieve results that were far superior to any single technique. The key insight, Brother Augustine explained as he demonstrated a Roman technique for preserving meat that involved a complex combination of salt, spices, controlled fermentation, and precise temperature management, is understanding that different preservation methods can work together synergistically. The whole becomes greater than the sum of its parts. Elena watched in amazement as Brother Augustine prepared a side of pork using Roman techniques. The process involved multiple stages, each one building on the previous to create layers of preservation that would keep the meat fresh for years, while actually improving its flavor and nutritional value. First, the salt cure, Brother Augustine explained, applying a mixture of salt and spices that was far more complex than anything Elena had used before. But this is not just any salt. It's salt that has been purified and enhanced using Roman methods, combined with spices that have been selected and prepared to work together in specific ways. The salt mixture contained ingredients that Elena recognized: bay leaves, black pepper, coriander, but also others that were unfamiliar to her. Spices and herbs that Brother Augustine explained had been brought to Britain by Roman traders and had been growing wild in hidden locations ever since. After the salt cure comes the fermentation stage. Brother Augustine continued, placing the meat in a stone vessel that was similar to those in the underground chamber but smaller and more manageable. But this is controlled fermentation, using beneficial bacteria that have been cultivated and maintained for centuries. Elena learned that the Romans had understood the role of beneficial bacteria in preservation long before modern science had identified the existence of microorganisms. They had developed techniques for cultivating and maintaining bacterial cultures that enhanced preservation while adding complex flavors that couldn't be achieved any other way. The final stage is the aging process, Brother Augustine explained. moving the fermented meat to a special storage alcove that maintained precise conditions of temperature and humidity. This is where the Roman techniques truly shine. The meat will continue to improve for months, even years, developing flavors and textures that are impossible to achieve with shorter preservation methods. As Elena learned these techniques, she began to understand that she was being initiated into knowledge that represented the pinnacle of human understanding about preservation. The Romans had spent centuries perfecting these methods, and the results were nothing short of miraculous. But it was when Brother Augustine showed her the Roman techniques for preserving vegetables that Elena truly grasped the revolutionary nature of what she was learning. Medieval preservation focuses on keeping vegetables from spoiling, Brother Augustine explained, as he demonstrated a technique that involved multiple stages of fermentation and aging. Roman preservation focuses on transforming vegetables into something better than they were when fresh. The vegetables that emerged from Roman preservation processes were unlike anything Elena had ever seen. They retained their nutritional value while developing complex flavors that were both familiar and completely new. They could be stored for years without any deterioration, and they actually became more nutritious over time as the preservation processes concentrated and enhanced their natural properties. This could change everything, Elena whispered, as she tasted vegetables that had been preserved using Roman techniques. The flavors were incredible, rich and complex, with layers of taste that seemed to unfold as she chewed. Indeed it could, Brother Augustine agreed. But remember what I told you about knowledge and responsibility. These techniques are powerful enough to transform the way people think about food and scarcity. They must be used wisely. As winter deepened and Elena's education in Roman preservation techniques continued, she began to understand that she was becoming something unprecedented, a keeper of knowledge that spanned more than 1,000 years, from the ancient wisdom of the Romans to the cutting-edge innovations of Marcus's laboratory. She had learned to make salt from seawater using techniques that dated back to the dawn of civilization. She had mastered the art of smoking meat using methods that had been passed down through generations of craftsmen. She had explored the frontiers of scientific preservation, using equipment and approaches that pushed the boundaries of what was possible. And now she was learning techniques that had been perfected by one of the greatest civilizations in human history. Methods that could preserve foods for decades while actually improving their quality and nutritional value. But with this knowledge came a growing understanding of the responsibilities that Brother Augustine had warned her about. The techniques she was learning were powerful enough to transform communities, to change the balance between abundance and scarcity, to alter the fundamental relationship between humans and the natural world. As she worked in the underground Roman facility, learning to use equipment that had been functioning perfectly for more than 1,000 years, Elena began to understand that she was becoming more than just a keeper of winter's table. She was becoming a guardian of human knowledge itself, a bridge between the wisdom of the past and the needs of the future. The girl who had once watched her mother try to make a single turnip feed a family of 5 was becoming someone who could preserve abundance for generations, who could hold time itself in suspension until the moment when it was needed most. But her greatest challenges still lay ahead. The knowledge she was acquiring would soon be tested in ways she couldn't imagine, and the responsibilities that came with that knowledge would prove to be greater than anything she had yet experienced. Winter was deepening, and with it came the understanding that Elena Ashford was no longer just learning to preserve food. She was learning to preserve hope itself, to ensure that the hard-won wisdom of humanity would not be lost to the ravages of time and ignorance. The underground kingdom of Roman preservation had revealed its secrets to her, but those secrets came with a price: the obligation to use them wisely, to share them responsibly, and to ensure that they would be passed on to future generations who would face their own challenges with abundance and scarcity. As Elena continued her education in the depths of the earth, surrounded by the incredible achievements of a civilization that had fallen more than 1,000 years ago, she began to understand that she was part of an unbroken chain of knowledge that stretched back to the dawn of human civilization and forward to a future that she was helping to shape. The last keeper of Winter's table was becoming something more, a guardian of the eternal human struggle against want, a keeper of the knowledge that allowed abundance to triumph over scarcity, a bridge between what was and what could be. The plague winter. Spring came late to England in the year 1349, and when it finally arrived, it brought with it news that would change everything Elena thought she knew about the importance of her work. The first reports reached Blackwood Manor through merchants who had traveled from London, their faces pale with fear, and their voices trembling as they spoke of a pestilence unlike anything the world had ever seen. The Black Death, they called it, and the name alone was enough to strike terror into the hearts of all who heard it. Entire cities were dying, they said. Villages were being abandoned as their populations fled or perished. Trade routes were collapsing as merchants refused to travel, afraid of carrying the plague to new territories. Elena listened to these reports with growing horror, but also with a dawning understanding of how crucial her knowledge had become. If trade routes were failing, if normal food distribution was breaking down, then the preservation techniques she had learned could mean the difference between life and death for entire communities. "We have to do something," she said to Marcus as they sat in his study, discussing the implications of the plague's spread. "People are going to starve, not just from the plague itself, but from the breakdown of normal food supplies. Our knowledge could save lives." Marcus nodded grimly. "I've been thinking the same thing. But the question is how to help without putting ourselves at risk. The plague is spreading along trade routes, carried by merchants and travelers. If we try to help, we could end up bringing the pestilence here." It was Brother Augustine who provided the answer. The elderly monk had been listening to their discussion with the thoughtful expression of someone who had lived through many crises and understood the difficult choices they often required. "There is a way," he said finally. The Romans faced similar challenges during their own plagues and famines. They developed techniques for creating preservation centers, facilities that could be established quickly in affected areas, using local resources to preserve whatever food was available. Elena felt her heart quicken with excitement. Mobile preservation, techniques that could be taught quickly and implemented without complex equipment. "Exactly," Brother Augustine replied. "The key is understanding which preservation methods can be simplified and adapted to emergency conditions. Not every technique requires the sophisticated facilities we have here. Many can be implemented with basic materials that are available in any community." Over the following days, Elena threw herself into learning these emergency preservation techniques with the desperate energy of someone who understood that lives hung in the balance. Brother Augustine taught her how to create effective salt cures using locally available materials, how to build simple but effective smoking chambers from stones and wood, how to establish fermentation processes that could preserve large quantities of food quickly and reliably. But it was when the first refugees arrived at Blackwood Manor that Elena truly understood the scope of the crisis they were facing. They came in small groups at first, families who had fled their villages as the plague approached, carrying nothing but the clothes on their backs and the desperate hope that they might find safety in the countryside. They were gaunt with hunger, exhausted from travel, and terrified by stories of the devastation they had left behind. Marcus opened the manor's gates to them, providing shelter in the estate's outbuildings and food from their preserved stores. But as more refugees arrived, it became clear that even Blackwood Manor's impressive resources would not be sufficient to feed the growing population of displaced people. "We need to establish a preservation program," Elena said to Marcus as they surveyed the growing refugee camp that had sprung up around the manor. "Teach people how to preserve whatever food they can find, create stores that will last through the crisis." Marcus agreed, but he also understood the challenges they faced. Most of these people are farmers and craftsmen, not preservationists. They don't have the knowledge or experience to implement complex techniques. Elena had been thinking about this problem, and she believed she had a solution. "Then we teach them the simple techniques first. Salt curing, basic smoking, simple fermentation. Techniques that don't require complex equipment or years of training." With Brother Augustine's guidance, Elena began developing what she called emergency preservation protocols, simplified versions of the techniques she had learned that could be taught quickly and implemented using materials that were available in any rural community. The first technique she taught was basic salt curing, using salt that could be made from local sources or obtained through trade. She showed the refugees how to identify meat that was suitable for curing, how to prepare the salt mixture, how to monitor the curing process to ensure success. "The key," she explained to a group of refugees who had gathered around her improvised teaching area, "is understanding that preservation is about creating conditions where beneficial processes can occur while harmful ones are prevented. You don't need complex equipment. You need knowledge and attention to detail." She demonstrated the technique using a side of pork that had been donated by a local farmer, showing how to apply the salt cure evenly, how to position the meat for proper drainage, how to recognize the signs that indicated successful preservation. The refugees watched with intense concentration, understanding that this knowledge could mean the difference between survival and starvation in the months ahead. Many of them had never attempted food preservation beyond the simple techniques their grandmothers had used, but they were motivated by desperation and hope. Within days, Elena had established a full-scale preservation training program at Blackwood Manor. She taught basic smoking techniques using simple chambers built from stones and wood. She demonstrated fermentation methods that could preserve vegetables using nothing more than salt, water, and clay pots. She even showed people how to build simple root cellars that could maintain proper storage conditions using natural insulation and ventilation. But it was when news arrived that the plague had reached the nearby market town of Westbridge that Elena realized her work would have to expand beyond the safety of Blackwood Manor. "The town is in chaos," reported a messenger who had ridden hard from Westbridge. "Half the population has fled, and the other half is trapped by quarantine. They have food stores, but no way to preserve them properly. Everything is spoiling faster than it can be consumed." Elena felt a chill of understanding. Westbridge was a major market town, a center of trade and commerce that served dozens of smaller communities. If its food supplies failed, the entire region could face starvation even if the plague itself could be contained. "I have to go there," she said to Marcus. "Take preservation techniques to them. Help them establish systems that can keep their food stores from spoiling." Marcus looked at her with alarm. "Elena, That's incredibly dangerous. The plague is spreading through contact with infected people. If you go to Westbridge, you could be exposing yourself to the pestilence. Elena understood the risk, but she also understood the alternative. If I don't go, people will starve, not just in Westbridge, but in all the communities that depend on it for trade. The knowledge I have learned isn't worth anything if I'm not willing to use it to help people. After much discussion and planning, it was decided that Elena would travel to Westbridge with a small team of volunteers, carrying supplies and equipment needed to establish emergency preservation facilities. They would work quickly to teach local people the techniques they needed, then return to Blackwood Manor before they could be exposed to the plague for extended periods. The journey to Westbridge was unlike anything Elena had ever experienced. The roads that had once been busy with merchants and travelers were now nearly empty, traveled only by refugees fleeing the plague, and the occasional messenger carrying news between communities that were still free of the pestilence. The countryside itself showed signs of the crisis. Fields that should have been planted with spring crops lay fallow, abandoned by farmers who had fled or died. Villages that had once been bustling centers of rural life now stood empty, their houses shuttered, and their streets deserted. But it was when they reached Westbridge itself that Elena truly understood the scope of the catastrophe they were facing. The town was a shadow of its former self. The market square that had once been filled with merchants and customers now held only a few desperate vendors, trying to sell whatever goods they had managed to preserve. Many of the shops and houses were marked with red crosses, the sign that plague had visited and claimed its victims. But there were still people in Westbridge, still communities trying to survive, and they welcomed Elena's team with the desperate gratitude of people who understood that help had arrived just in time. "We have grain stores," explained Thomas Carpenter, one of the town's surviving leaders, "but we're losing more to spoilage than we can consume. We don't have the knowledge to preserve it properly, and we're afraid that we'll run out of food before the crisis passes." Elena surveyed the town's food stores with the experienced eye of someone who had spent months learning advanced preservation techniques. The situation was serious, but not hopeless. There were substantial quantities of grain, root vegetables, and even some meat. But much of it was showing signs of spoilage that could be prevented with proper preservation methods. "We can fix this," she said to Thomas and the other town leaders. "But we'll need to work quickly, and we'll need everyone to help. Preservation isn't something that can be done by one person. It requires community effort." Over the next several days, Elena and her team worked with desperate intensity to establish preservation systems throughout Westbridge. They taught local people how to build simple but effective smoking chambers in their courtyards and gardens. They demonstrated fermentation techniques that could preserve vegetables using materials that were readily available. They even showed people how to create salt from local sources, ensuring that they would have the basic materials needed for preservation. But it was the grain preservation that proved to be the most crucial challenge. Westbridge's grain stores represented the difference between survival and starvation for the entire region. But grain was notoriously difficult to preserve without proper facilities. Elena drew on techniques that Brother Augustine had taught her. Roman methods for preserving grain that used controlled atmospheres and natural pest deterrents. She showed the townspeople how to create sealed storage containers using clay and natural resins, how to use herbs and spices to prevent insect infestation, how to monitor moisture levels to prevent mold and rot. The key, she explained to a group of townspeople who were learning to prepare grain for long-term storage, his understanding that grain is a living thing. It continues to breathe and change even after harvest. Our job is to create conditions where it can remain stable and nutritious for months or even years. The work was exhausting and dangerous. Elena and her team had to work quickly to avoid prolonged exposure to the plague, but they also had to be thorough enough to ensure that the preservation systems they established would continue to function after they left. As they worked, Elena began to understand that she was witnessing something unprecedented in human history. The plague was not just a medical crisis. It was a complete breakdown of the systems that allowed civilization to function. Trade routes were failing, communities were being abandoned, and the knowledge that allowed people to survive was being lost as quickly as the people who possessed it. But she was also witnessing something else: the incredible resilience of human communities when they were given the tools and knowledge they needed to survive. The people of Westbridge threw themselves into learning preservation techniques with the desperate energy of people who understood that their lives depended on mastering these skills. Within a week, Elena had established a functioning preservation network throughout Westbridge. The town's grain stores were properly protected against spoilage. Their vegetable supplies were being preserved using fermentation and other techniques, and even their limited meat supplies were being processed using smoking and salt-curing methods. But more importantly, Elena had trained a core group of local people who could continue the work after she left, who could teach others and expand the preservation network to serve the entire region. "You've saved us," Thomas Carpenter said as Elena prepared to return to Blackwood Manor. "Not just from starvation, but from despair. You've given us hope that we can survive this crisis." Elena felt a deep satisfaction at his words, but also a growing understanding of the responsibilities that came with her knowledge. The techniques she had learned were powerful enough to mean the difference between life and death for entire communities. But they were only effective if they could be shared and taught to others. The return journey to Blackwood Manor gave Elena time to reflect on what she had accomplished and what still needed to be done. She had successfully established preservation systems in one community, but there were dozens of other towns and villages that faced similar challenges. The plague was spreading, trade routes were failing, and communities throughout England were facing the choice between starvation and survival. When she arrived back at Blackwood Manor, Elena found that the refugee population had continued to grow. The estate's grounds now housed hundreds of people who had fled the plague, all of them dependent on the manor's resources for survival. But she also found that her preservation training program had continued to expand in her absence. The refugees she had taught before leaving had become teachers themselves, passing on their knowledge to newcomers and helping to establish preservation systems throughout the refugee camp. "It's working," Marcus said as he showed Elena around the expanded preservation facilities. "Your emergency protocols are being implemented throughout the camp. People are preserving whatever food they can find, creating stores that will last through the crisis." Elena felt a surge of pride and hope. The knowledge she had learned was spreading, being adapted and modified by people who understood their own local conditions and resources. The preservation techniques were evolving, becoming more effective and more widely applicable. But it was when old Martha arrived at Blackwood Manor that Elena truly understood how far her influence had spread. The elderly woman looked older and more frail than when Elena had last seen her, but her eyes still held the sharp intelligence that had first recognized Elena's potential. She had traveled from Millbrook with a group of refugees, carrying news of how Elena's preservation techniques were being implemented throughout the region. "Child," Martha said as she embraced Elena, You've become everything I hoped you would be and more. The knowledge you've shared is spreading from village to village, community to community. People are calling you the keeper of winter's table, the one who holds the secrets that can save us from starvation." Elena felt overwhelmed by the responsibility that Martha's words implied. She had begun this journey as a desperate girl trying to save her own family from hunger. Now she was being recognized as someone whose knowledge could save entire regions from starvation. "But the work isn't finished," Martha continued. "The plague is still spreading, and there are still communities that need help. The knowledge you've learned must continue to spread if we're going to survive this crisis." Elena nodded, understanding what Martha was asking of her. The preservation techniques she had learned were too important to be kept at Blackwood Manor, too valuable to be limited to a single location. They needed to be shared widely, taught to people throughout England who were facing the same challenges of survival in the face of plague and famine. Over the following months, as the plague continued its devastating spread across England, Elena found herself at the center of an unprecedented effort to preserve not just food, but the knowledge that made survival possible. She trained teams of preservation specialists who traveled to affected communities, establishing emergency preservation systems and teaching local people the techniques they needed to survive. She developed simplified preservation manuals that could be copied and distributed, ensuring that the knowledge would survive even if the people who possessed it did not. She established networks of communication between communities, allowing them to share information about successful preservation techniques and warn each other about methods that had failed. But most importantly, Elena began to understand that she was part of something larger than herself. A community of people who were dedicated to preserving not just food, but hope itself. The preservation techniques she had learned were powerful, but they were only effective when combined with the human determination to survive, to help others, and to ensure that knowledge would be passed on to future generations. As winter approached and the plague continued its relentless spread, Elena reflected on how much her life had changed since that desperate morning when she had watched her mother try to make a single turnip feed a family of 5. She had become someone whose knowledge could save communities from starvation, whose techniques could preserve abundance against the ravages of time and crisis. But she had also become something more, a keeper of hope, a guardian of the knowledge that allowed humanity to triumph over adversity, a bridge between the wisdom of the past and the needs of the future. The plague winter was coming, and with it would come challenges that would test everything Elena had learned about preservation, survival, and the power of human knowledge to overcome even the greatest disasters. But she was ready. She had learned to preserve not just food, but the hope that made survival possible. She had become the last keeper of winter's table, and she would use that knowledge to ensure that humanity would survive even the darkest of times. The Merchant's Gambit. The spring of 1350 brought an end to the worst ravages of the Black Death, but it also revealed the extent of the devastation that the plague had wrought across England. Entire villages had been abandoned. Trade routes that had functioned for centuries had collapsed, and the complex network of commerce that had sustained medieval civilization lay in ruins. Elena stood on the battlements of Blackwood Manor, looking out over a landscape that bore little resemblance to the prosperous countryside she had known just 2 years before. Fields that should have been green with growing crops lay fallow and overgrown. Roads that had once been busy with merchants and travelers were now used only by refugees, and the occasional messenger carrying news between communities that were struggling to rebuild. But there were also signs of hope. In the valley below the manor, she could see the preservation facilities that had been established during the plague winter. Smoking houses, fermentation chambers, and storage buildings that had kept entire communities alive when normal food supplies had failed. The knowledge she had helped spread was taking root, becoming part of the fabric of how people thought about food and survival. "Elena," called a voice from behind her, and she turned to see Marcus approaching with a letter in his hand. His face bore an expression of excitement mixed with concern that immediately captured her attention. "What is it?" she asked, noting the quality of the parchment and the elaborate seal that marked the letter as coming from someone of considerable importance. "An invitation," Marcus replied, handing her the letter. "From the Venetian Merchants Guild. They've heard about our preservation work, about the techniques we developed during the plague. They want to meet with us to discuss possibilities." Elena examined the letter with growing amazement. It was written in elegant Latin, with flourishes and formalities that spoke of wealth and sophistication far beyond anything she had encountered before. The seal bore the mark of one of the most powerful merchant guilds in Europe, organizations that controlled trade routes spanning from England to the distant markets of the East. "They want us to come to Bristol," she said, translating the formal language of the invitation, "to meet with representatives who are traveling from Venice with goods and knowledge of mutual interest." Marcus nodded. Bristol is the largest port in western England, the center of trade with the Mediterranean. If the Venetians are willing to travel there to meet with us, then they must consider our work to be of considerable importance. Elena felt her heart quicken with excitement and anticipation. The Venetians were legendary for their knowledge of trade and commerce, for their connections to markets and suppliers throughout the known world. If they were interested in preservation techniques, it could mean access to materials and methods that she had never imagined possible. "When do they want to meet?" she asked. "Next month," Marcus replied. "They're organizing what they call a convergence of knowledge, bringing together specialists from throughout Europe to share techniques and innovations. We've been invited to present our preservation methods and to learn from others who have been working on similar problems." Elena understood the implications immediately. This wasn't just an opportunity to share their knowledge. It was a chance to learn preservation techniques from other cultures, to understand how different peoples had solved the challenges of keeping food fresh in different climates and conditions. "We have to go," she said. "This could revolutionize everything we know about preservation." Marcus smiled at her enthusiasm, but his expression also carried a note of caution. "The Venetians are merchants, Elena. They don't share knowledge out of generosity. They expect something in return. We need to be prepared for the possibility that they want to control our techniques, to turn them into commodities that can be bought and sold." Elena considered this warning carefully. She had seen how knowledge could be used for both good and ill, how the same techniques that could save communities from starvation could also be used to create artificial scarcity if they were controlled by the wrong people. "Then we need to be careful about what we share and how we share it," she said. "But we also can't afford to miss this opportunity. If there are preservation techniques from other parts of the world that could help people survive, then we have an obligation to learn them." The journey to Bristol took them through countryside that still bore the scars of the plague years. They traveled with a small caravan of merchants and scholars who were also heading to the convergence, and Elena found herself part of conversations that opened her eyes to the scope of the crisis that Europe had faced. "The plague changed everything," explained Master Giovanni, a Florentine merchant who specialized in the spice trade. Trade routes that had been stable for centuries were disrupted. Cities that had been centers of commerce were abandoned. The entire economy of Europe had to be rebuilt from scratch. Elena listened with fascination as Master Giovanni described the challenges that merchants had faced during the plague years. Ships had been quarantined in harbors for months, their cargoes spoiling while authorities tried to determine if they carried the pestilence. Overland trade routes had been blocked by communities that refused to allow strangers to enter, fearing that they might bring disease. But the crisis also created opportunities, Master Giovanni continued. Communities that had never needed to preserve food for extended periods suddenly required techniques that could keep supplies fresh for months or years. The demand for preservation knowledge became enormous. As they approached Bristol, Elena began to understand the scale of the convergence they were traveling to attend. The port city was bustling with activity, unlike anything she had seen since before the plague. Ships from throughout Europe crowded the harbor, their holds filled with goods, and their decks carrying passengers who had traveled from the farthest reaches of the known world. The convergence itself was being held in a series of warehouses near the harbor, spaces that had been converted into meeting halls and exhibition areas where merchants and scholars could display their wares and share their knowledge. Elena had never seen anything like it. Hundreds of people from dozens of different cultures, all gathered together to exchange ideas and techniques that could reshape the way the world thought about trade and survival. The Venetian delegation was easy to identify. They occupied the largest and most elaborate pavilion in the warehouse district, a structure that had been decorated with silks and tapestries that spoke of wealth beyond imagination. But it was the contents of their pavilion that truly captured Elena's attention. They had brought preservation techniques from throughout the Mediterranean world, methods for keeping food fresh in the heat of North African deserts, techniques for preserving fish during long sea voyages, systems for maintaining food stores in the humid climates of the eastern Mediterranean. Each technique was demonstrated by specialists who had spent their lives perfecting these arts. "Welcome," said a man who introduced himself as Master Lorenzo Grimaldi, the leader of the Venetian delegation. He was elegantly dressed in robes of fine wool and silk, but his hands showed the calluses of someone who had worked with preservation materials, and his eyes held the sharp intelligence of someone who understood both the practical and commercial aspects of his trade. "We have heard remarkable things about your work during the plague years," Master Lorenzo continued, gesturing for Elena and Marcus to join him at a table laden with preserved foods from throughout the known world. Techniques that kept entire communities alive when normal food supplies failed. Methods that could be implemented quickly using local materials. Elena found herself tasting foods that she had never imagined could exist. There were fruits from distant lands that had been preserved, using techniques that maintained their fresh flavors while making them last for years. There were meats that had been cured using spice combinations that created flavors of incredible complexity. There were even vegetables that had been transformed through preservation into foods that were more nutritious than their fresh counterparts. "How?" she asked, examining a piece of fish that had been preserved using a technique that maintained its texture and flavor while making it safe to eat after months of storage. "Salt from the Dead Sea," Master Lorenzo explained, combined with spices from the markets of Constantinople and techniques that were developed by Byzantine preservationists over centuries of experimentation. Each element contributes to the final result. As Elena learned about these international preservation techniques, she began to understand that the knowledge she had acquired in England was just one part of a much larger body of human understanding about food preservation. Different cultures had developed different approaches based on their local climates, available materials, and specific needs. The Arabs have perfected techniques for preserving food in desert climates. Master Lorenzo explained as he showed Elena methods that used minimal water while achieving remarkable preservation results. The Norse have developed systems for keeping food fresh during long sea voyages in cold climates. The Chinese have created fermentation techniques that can transform simple vegetables into foods of incredible nutritional value. Elena felt overwhelmed by the scope of knowledge that was being shared at the convergence. Each culture had contributed unique insights to the art of preservation, and the combination of all these techniques created possibilities that no single culture could have achieved alone. But it was when Master Lorenzo began discussing the commercial implications of this knowledge that Elena began to understand the true purpose of the convergence. The plague has created unprecedented demand for preservation knowledge, he explained, his voice taking on the tone of someone discussing a business opportunity. Communities throughout Europe are desperate for techniques that can help them survive future crises. There is enormous profit to be made by those who can provide this knowledge. Elena felt a chill of understanding. The Venetians weren't sharing this knowledge out of generosity. They were evaluating it as a commodity that could be bought and sold, controlled and distributed for profit. "What exactly are you proposing?" Marcus asked, his voice carefully neutral. Master Lorenzo smiled, but there was something calculating in his expression. "A partnership. You have developed techniques that are perfectly suited to Northern European conditions. Methods that can be implemented quickly and effectively during crisis situations. We have access to markets throughout Europe, connections that could ensure your techniques reach every community that needs them." He paused, allowing the implications of his words to sink in. "In exchange, we would ask for exclusive rights to distribute your preservation methods, and a share of the profits from their implementation." Elena felt her stomach tighten with anger and disappointment. The knowledge she had worked so hard to develop, the techniques that had saved communities from starvation during the plague years, were being discussed as if they were nothing more than goods to be traded for profit. "Our techniques aren't for sale," she said, her voice carrying a firmness that surprised even herself. "They were developed to help people survive, not to make merchants wealthy." Master Lorenzo's expression didn't change, but Elena caught a flicker of something in his eyes that might have been respect. "A noble sentiment," he said. "But consider the practical implications. Without proper distribution networks, your knowledge will remain limited to a few communities in England. With our help, it could reach every corner of Europe." Elena understood the logic of his argument, but she also understood the danger. If preservation knowledge was controlled by merchants who were motivated by profit rather than human need, it could be used to create artificial scarcity rather than abundance. "There has to be another way," she said. "A way to share knowledge without putting it under the control of people who might misuse it." It was then that an unexpected voice joined their conversation. "Perhaps there is," said a woman who had been listening from a nearby table. She was dressed in the simple robes of a scholar, but there was something about her bearing that suggested considerable authority. "I am Sister Catherine of the Order of St. Clare," the woman continued, approaching their table. "We have been following your work with great interest, and we may have a proposal that serves everyone's needs." Elena looked at the nun with curiosity. The Order of St. Clare was known for their work with the poor and sick, but she couldn't imagine what interest they might have in preservation techniques. "The Church has networks that span all of Europe," Sister Catherine explained. "Monasteries, convents, and religious houses that serve communities in every corner of the continent. We could provide distribution for preservation knowledge without the commercial motivations that concern you." Master Lorenzo frowned at this suggestion. The church has no experience with commercial distribution, no understanding of the practical challenges involved in implementing complex techniques on a large scale. "Perhaps not," Sister Catherine replied calmly. "But we have something that merchants often lack: the trust of the communities we serve, and a commitment to helping people rather than profiting from their need." Elena felt a surge of hope at Sister Catherine's words. The church's network could indeed provide a way to distribute preservation knowledge widely, without putting it under commercial control. "What would you require in return?" Marcus asked. "Nothing more than the knowledge itself," Sister Catherine replied. "And perhaps your help in training our people to implement these techniques effectively. The Church has always been committed to preserving knowledge for the benefit of humanity. This would simply be an extension of that mission." Over the following days, Elena found herself caught in the middle of complex negotiations between the Venetian merchants and the church representatives. Both groups wanted access to her preservation techniques, but for very different reasons and with very different intended uses. The Venetians offered immediate access to international markets, sophisticated distribution networks, and the resources needed to implement preservation techniques on a massive scale. But they also wanted exclusive control over the knowledge, the right to determine who could use it and under what conditions. The church offered a different kind of distribution, slower perhaps, but more focused on serving human need rather than generating profit. They wanted to incorporate preservation techniques into their existing charitable works, teaching them to communities that might never be able to afford commercial services. As Elena weighed these options, she found herself thinking about the journey that had brought her to this point. She had begun learning preservation techniques out of desperate necessity, driven by her family's hunger and her community's need. The knowledge she had acquired had saved lives during the plague years, had given hope to communities that faced starvation. But now that knowledge was being treated as a commodity, something to be bought and sold, controlled and distributed according to commercial considerations rather than human need. "There has to be a third option," she said to Marcus as they walked along Bristol's harbor, watching ships from throughout Europe load and unload their cargoes. "A way to share preservation knowledge that doesn't put it under anyone's exclusive control." Marcus nodded thoughtfully. "What are you thinking?" Elena was quiet for a moment, formulating an idea that had been growing in her mind throughout the negotiations. "What if we created our own network? Not commercial like the Venetians, not institutional like the church, but something new. A guild of preservation specialists who are committed to sharing knowledge freely." The idea was radical, unprecedented in a world where knowledge was typically controlled by guilds, churches, or noble families. But Elena could see how it might work. Specialists trained in preservation techniques who would travel throughout Europe, teaching communities what they needed to know without requiring payment or exclusive agreements. It would be dangerous, Marcus warned. Both the merchants and the church would see such a network as competition, as a threat to their own interests. Elena understood the risks, but she also understood the potential benefits. A network of preservation specialists who were motivated by service rather than profit could reach communities that commercial or institutional networks might ignore. Remote villages, poor communities, places where preservation knowledge was needed most, but where there was little money to pay for it. "Then we'll have to be careful," she said. "Start small, prove that the concept works, build trust and support gradually." Over the remaining days of the convergence, Elena quietly began recruiting people who shared her vision of preservation knowledge as a public good, rather than a private commodity. She found allies among scholars who were frustrated with commercial restrictions on their research, among craftsmen who wanted to share their techniques more widely, even among some merchants who believed that broader distribution of preservation knowledge would ultimately benefit everyone. By the time the convergence ended, Elena had the beginnings of what she called the Keepers' Network, a loose association of preservation specialists who were committed to sharing their knowledge freely and teaching it to anyone who needed it. The Venetians were not pleased with her decision to reject their commercial partnership, but Master Lorenzo seemed to respect her commitment to her principles. "You're making a mistake," he told her as they prepared to leave Bristol. "Knowledge without proper distribution is worthless, but I admire your dedication to your ideals." Sister Catherine was more understanding, offering to provide support for the Keepers' Network through the Church's existing charitable works. "We may not have exclusive access to your techniques," she said, "but we can still help you reach communities that need this knowledge." As Elena and Marcus began their journey back to Blackwood Manor, Elena reflected on what she had accomplished at the convergence. She had learned preservation techniques from throughout the known world, had seen possibilities for food preservation that she had never imagined, but more importantly, she had taken the first steps toward creating a network that could ensure preservation knowledge would be available to anyone who needed it, regardless of their ability to pay or their political connections. The Keepers' Network was still just an idea, a vision of how knowledge could be shared more freely and effectively, but Elena was determined to make it a reality. To create a system that would ensure the preservation techniques she had learned would be available to future generations facing their own challenges with abundance and scarcity. The merchant's gambit had been rejected, but something better had taken its place. A vision of knowledge as a shared heritage of humanity, rather than a commodity to be bought and sold. As they traveled through the English countryside, passing communities that were still rebuilding from the devastation of the plague years, Elena began planning how to turn that vision into reality. The Keepers' Network would start small, with specialists trained at Blackwood Manor, who would then travel to teach others. But eventually, it could grow into something that spanned all of Europe, ensuring that preservation knowledge would never again be lost to crisis or controlled by those who sought to profit from human need. The last keeper of Winter's Table was becoming something more, the founder of a movement that would preserve not just food, but the knowledge that made survival possible for all humanity. The Guild of Keepers. The autumn of 1351 brought the first formal gathering of what Elena had begun calling the Keepers' Network. Representatives from across England and beyond had traveled to Blackwood Manor, drawn by word of the preservation techniques that had saved communities during the plague years, and the promise of knowledge that would be shared freely rather than sold for profit. Elena stood in the great hall of the manor, looking out at faces that represented a revolution in how knowledge was shared and preserved. There were monks from distant monasteries who had developed their own preservation techniques in isolation. There were village wise women who carried traditional knowledge that had been passed down through generations. There were even former merchants who had grown disillusioned with the commercial approach to preservation and wanted to find a better way. "Welcome," Elena said, her voice carrying clearly through the hall, "to the first gathering of those who choose to be keepers rather than sellers, teachers rather than hoarders, guardians of knowledge that belongs to all humanity." The response was immediate and enthusiastic. These people had come because they shared Elena's vision of preservation knowledge as a public good. a heritage that should be available to anyone who needed it regardless of their wealth or status. Over the following days, Elena found herself at the center of the most intensive exchange of preservation knowledge that had ever been attempted. The gathering had attracted specialists from throughout Europe, each bringing techniques and insights that had been developed in isolation but which, when combined, created possibilities that none had imagined alone. Brother Marcus, from the monastery of St. Gall, had brought alpine preservation techniques that used the unique properties of mountain air and snow to create storage conditions that could keep food fresh for years. Sister Hildegard, from a convent in the Rhine Valley, had developed fermentation methods that used local herbs and minerals to create preserved foods with remarkable nutritional properties. But it was Master Chen, the Chinese scholar whose grandfather had taught Elena some basic Eastern techniques, who brought the most revolutionary knowledge to the gathering. In my homeland, Master Chen explained as he demonstrated techniques that seemed almost magical in their effectiveness. Preservation is understood as part of the natural harmony between humans and the world around them. We do not fight against decay. We guide it, direct it, use it to transform foods into something better than they were originally. Elena watched in fascination as Master Chen demonstrated fermentation techniques that were far more sophisticated than anything she had seen before. He showed how different combinations of vegetables, grains, and seasonings could be fermented together to create foods that were not just preserved, but actually more nutritious than their fresh counterparts. The key, Master Chen explained, is understanding that fermentation is not just about preservation, it is about transformation. The beneficial bacteria that make fermentation possible can break down complex compounds into simpler, more digestible forms. They can create new nutrients that didn't exist in the original foods. They can even neutralize toxins and harmful substances. Elena realized that she was witnessing knowledge that could revolutionize not just preservation, but nutrition itself. The techniques Master Chen was demonstrating could turn simple, inexpensive ingredients into foods that could sustain health and prevent disease. "Would you be willing to teach these techniques to others?" she asked. Master Chen smiled. "That is why I came. In my homeland, knowledge is considered a gift that becomes more valuable when it is shared. I have been waiting for people who understand this principle." As the gathering continued, Elena began to understand that she was witnessing the birth of something unprecedented. A truly international network of knowledge sharing that transcended the usual boundaries of nation, religion, and commercial interest. The participants weren't just sharing techniques, they were developing new approaches to preservation that combined insights from different cultures and traditions. They were creating hybrid methods that were more effective than anything any single culture had developed alone. But it was when old Martha arrived at the gathering that Elena truly understood how far her influence had spread. The elderly woman looked frailer than when Elena had last seen her, but her eyes still held the sharp intelligence that had first recognized Elena's potential. She had traveled from Millbrook with a group of village representatives, people who had come to share their own experiences with the preservation techniques Elena had taught them. "Child," Martha said as she embraced Elena, "you've become something I never imagined when I first began teaching you. You've created a movement that's changing the way people think about knowledge itself." Elena felt overwhelmed by the responsibility that Martha's words implied. What had begun as a desperate attempt to save her family from hunger had grown into something that was reshaping how preservation knowledge was developed and shared throughout Europe. But the real test, Martha continued, is whether this network can survive and grow. Knowledge is only valuable if it can be passed on to future generations, if it can adapt and evolve to meet new challenges. Elena understood what Martha was asking. The gathering at Blackwood Manor was impressive, but it was just the beginning. For the Keeper's network to truly succeed, it needed to become self-sustaining, capable of training new specialists and spreading knowledge without depending on any single location or leader. "That's why we're here," Elena replied. "To create something that's bigger than any of us individually. Something that can continue even if some of us can't." Over the following days, the gathering participants worked together to establish the formal structure of what they decided to call the Guild of Keepers. Unlike traditional guilds that controlled access to knowledge and restricted who could practice their crafts, the Guild of Keepers was designed to do the opposite, to spread knowledge as widely as possible and to ensure that preservation techniques would be available to anyone who needed them. The Guild's charter, written on parchment that was itself preserved using techniques developed by the participants, established principles that were revolutionary for their time. Knowledge of preservation belongs to all humanity and shall not be restricted by considerations of wealth, status, or political allegiance. The Guild of Keepers exists to preserve this knowledge, to improve it through research and experimentation, and to share it freely with all who seek it. But the Charter also established practical structures for achieving these idealistic goals. The Guild would maintain training centers in multiple locations, ensuring that knowledge wouldn't be lost if any single center was destroyed. It would establish standards for preservation techniques, ensuring that methods taught by Guild members would be reliable and effective, and it would create a system for ongoing research and development, encouraging members to continue improving and refining preservation methods. Elena found herself elected as the Guild's first Master Keeper, a position that carried both honor and enormous responsibility. She would be responsible for coordinating the Guild's activities, for ensuring that its principles were maintained, and for guiding its development as it grew from a small gathering of specialists into an international organization. "The position is yours for as long as you want it," explained Master Giovanni, who had been elected to the Guild's governing council. "But the Guild is designed to survive beyond any individual leader. If something happens to you, the knowledge and the network will continue." Elena appreciated the wisdom of this approach. She had seen too many organizations fail when their founders died or were unable to continue their work. The Guild of Keepers was designed to be resilient, to adapt and survive regardless of what happened to any individual member. As the gathering drew to a close, Elena stood once again in the great hall. But now she was looking out at something very different from what she had seen at the beginning. The participants were no longer just individual specialists sharing their knowledge. They had become members of an organization that was committed to preserving and sharing that knowledge for the benefit of all humanity. "You are no longer alone in your work," Elena said to the assembled Guild members. "You are part of a network that spans continents, that includes people from every culture and tradition that has developed preservation knowledge. Together, we can accomplish things that none of us could achieve alone." The response was immediate and enthusiastic. These people understood that they were part of something historic, something that could change the way knowledge was preserved and shared throughout the world. But it was when Brother Augustine emerged from the underground Roman facility to address the gathering that Elena truly understood the historical significance of what they were creating. The elderly monk had remained largely in the background during the gathering, observing and listening but saying little. Now, as he stood before the assembled Guild members, His presence seemed to connect them to centuries of preservation knowledge that stretched back to the ancient world. I have spent my life preserving the knowledge of a civilization that fell more than 1,000 years ago, Brother Augustine said, his voice carrying the weight of decades spent in solitary study. I have seen how knowledge can be lost when it is not shared, how techniques that could benefit all humanity can disappear when they are known to only a few people. He paused, looking out at the faces of the guild members with an expression that combined satisfaction with hope. What you are creating here is something that the Romans never achieved, something that no civilization has ever attempted. A system for preserving and sharing knowledge that transcends the boundaries of any single culture or nation. Elena felt the weight of history in Brother Augustine's words. The Guild of Keepers wasn't just about preserving food. It was about preserving human knowledge itself, ensuring that the hard-won wisdom of generations wouldn't be lost to war, plague, or the simple passage of time. As the guild members prepared to return to their homes and communities, Elena reflected on how much her life had changed since that desperate morning when she had watched her mother try to make a single turnip feed a family of 5. She had learned to preserve food using techniques that spanned from ancient Roman methods to cutting-edge innovations. She had saved communities from starvation during the plague years. She had rejected commercial opportunities that would have made her wealthy, but would have restricted access to preservation knowledge. And now she had helped create something that could ensure preservation knowledge would be available to future generations, regardless of what crises they might face. But Elena also understood that the real work was just beginning. The Guild of Keepers existed on parchment and in the minds of its members, but it needed to prove itself through practical action. It needed to establish training centers, develop reliable communication networks, and demonstrate that its idealistic principles could work in the real world. As winter approached, and the guild members dispersed to their homes, Elena began planning the next phase of the guild's development. She would establish the first formal training center at Blackwood Manor, creating a curriculum that would prepare new keepers to carry preservation knowledge throughout Europe. She would develop communication systems that would allow guild members to share new discoveries and coordinate their efforts. And she would begin the delicate work of establishing relationships with political and religious authorities, who could support the guild's mission without trying to control it. The girl, who had once been desperate to save her family from hunger, had become the founder of an organization that could save humanity from the loss of essential knowledge. The last keeper of Winter's Table had become the first master keeper of a guild that would preserve not just food, but the wisdom that made survival possible. But her greatest challenges still lay ahead. The Guild of Keepers was an idea that challenged powerful interests, that threatened the control that merchants and nobles had traditionally exercised over valuable knowledge. There would be opposition, attempts to suppress or control the guild's activities. Elena would need all the wisdom she had gained, all the allies she had made, and all the determination she possessed to ensure that the guild would survive and thrive. As she stood on the battlements of Blackwood Manor, looking out over the countryside where communities were still rebuilding from the devastation of the plague years, Elena made a silent promise to herself and to all the people who depended on preservation knowledge for their survival. The Guild of Keepers would succeed. Knowledge would be preserved and shared freely, and future generations would never again face the choice between abundance and scarcity, without having access to the techniques that could tip the balance in favor of survival and hope. The network was established. The knowledge was preserved. The real work of changing the world was about to begin. The Keeper's Legacy. 5 years had passed since the founding of the Guild of Keepers, and Elena stood in what had once been the great hall of Blackwood Manor, now transformed into the central library of the Guild's first permanent training center. The walls were lined with carefully preserved manuscripts documenting preservation techniques from throughout the known world, each one copied by hand using methods that would ensure their survival for centuries to come. But it wasn't the books that truly marked the transformation of the space. It was the people. Young men and women from across Europe worked at tables throughout the hall, studying preservation techniques, conducting experiments, and preparing to carry this knowledge to communities that had never had access to such wisdom before. Elena moved among them with the quiet satisfaction of someone who had seen an impossible dream become reality. The Guild of Keepers had grown from a gathering of a few dozen specialists to an international organization with training centers in England, France, the German states, and even distant Poland. Hundreds of trained keepers now traveled throughout Europe, teaching preservation techniques to anyone who needed them, regardless of their ability to pay. Master Elena called a young woman who was working with a complex fermentation experiment. "Could you look at this? I think I may have discovered something interesting." Elena approached the table where Sarah of York, one of the Guild's most promising students, was examining a series of clay vessels that contained vegetables in various stages of fermentation. Sarah had been with the Guild for 2 years now, and her intuitive understanding of fermentation processes reminded Elena of her own early days learning from old Martha. "What have you found?" Elena asked, examining the vessels with the experienced eye of someone who had spent years perfecting these techniques. "I've been experimenting with different combinations of vegetables and grains," Sarah explained, opening one of the vessels to reveal contents that looked unlike anything Elena had seen before. "I discovered that if you ferment certain root vegetables together with barley, the process creates compounds that seem to enhance the nutritional value of both ingredients." Elena examined the fermented mixture, testing its texture and aroma. Sarah was right. This was something new, a fermentation technique that created nutritional benefits beyond simple preservation. "Have you tested it for long-term storage?" Elena asked. 6 months so far," Sarah replied. "No signs of spoilage, and the nutritional enhancement actually seems to increase over time." Elena felt the familiar excitement that came with discovering new possibilities in preservation science. This was exactly what the Guild had been created to foster: innovation and experimentation that pushed the boundaries of what was possible in food preservation. "Document everything," Elena said. "Prepare a full report for the Guild's quarterly journal. This could be an important breakthrough." The Guild's quarterly journal was one of Elena's proudest achievements. It was the first publication dedicated entirely to preservation techniques, distributed to Guild members throughout Europe and beyond. Each issue contained reports of new discoveries, improvements to existing techniques, and practical advice for implementing preservation methods in different climates and conditions. But the journal was more than just a technical publication. It was proof that the Guild's vision of shared knowledge was working. Discoveries made in one part of Europe were quickly communicated to Guild members everywhere, allowing innovations to spread rapidly and be adapted to local conditions. As Elena continued her rounds through the training center, she reflected on how much the world had changed since the Guild's founding. The preservation techniques that had once been known to only a few specialists were now being taught in villages throughout Europe. Communities that had once faced starvation during bad harvests now had the knowledge to preserve abundance from good years. The cycle of feast and famine that had plagued humanity for millennia was finally being broken. But Elena also understood that the Guild's success had created new challenges. As preservation knowledge spread and became more widely available, it had begun to attract the attention of those who wanted to control it for their own purposes. A knock at the training center's main door interrupted her thoughts. Elena opened it to find a messenger bearing the colors of the English royal court, his face grave with the importance of his mission. "Master Elena of the Guild of Keepers?" the messenger asked. "I am," Elena replied, though she felt a chill of apprehension at the formal manner of his address. "I bear a summons from His Majesty King Edward III," the messenger said, producing an elaborately sealed document. "You are commanded to appear before the royal court to discuss matters of preservation knowledge and its regulation." Elena accepted the summons with outward calm, but her mind was racing with implications. The Guild had always operated independently of political authority, sharing its knowledge freely without regard for national boundaries or royal prerogatives. If the king was now taking an interest in their activities, it could mean that their independence was under threat. "When am I expected?" she asked. "Within the fortnight," the messenger replied. "The king has expressed particular interest in understanding how preservation knowledge might be regulated for the benefit of the realm." After the messenger departed, Elena called together the Guild's governing council for an emergency meeting. The council consisted of the most experienced keepers from throughout Europe, people who had helped guide the Guild's development and who understood the delicate balance between sharing knowledge and protecting it from those who might misuse it. "This was inevitable," said Master Giovanni, who had become the Guild's expert on political relations. "As our influence has grown, we've begun to threaten established interests, merchants who profit from artificial scarcity, nobles who control food distribution, even some church authorities who see knowledge as something to be dispensed rather than shared." Elena nodded, understanding the forces that were aligning against the Guild. "What do you think the king wants?" "Control," replied Master Chen, whose understanding of political dynamics had been shaped by centuries of Chinese imperial history. Kings always want to control anything that might affect the stability of their realms. Preservation knowledge that's freely available to all people could disrupt traditional power structures. Elena considered this carefully. The Guild's mission had always been to share preservation knowledge freely, but they had been careful to avoid direct confrontation with political authorities. They had operated quietly, teaching techniques to communities without making grand proclamations about their goals or methods. "Perhaps it's time to be more direct about our principles," she said finally. "If the king wants to discuss regulation, then we should be prepared to explain why preservation knowledge must remain free and available to all." Brother Augustine, who had become the Guild's unofficial historian and philosopher, spoke up from his corner of the room. "Elena, you must remember that kings think in terms of control and order. They see knowledge as a tool that can be used to maintain stability or create chaos. You'll need to convince him that freely shared preservation knowledge actually serves his interests by creating more stable, well-fed communities." Elena appreciated Brother Augustine's wisdom, but she also understood that the coming confrontation would test everything the Guild stood for. If they compromised their principles to satisfy royal demands, they would betray the vision that had brought them together. But if they refused to compromise, they might face suppression or worse. The journey to the royal court took Elena through countryside that bore witness to the Guild's success. In village after village, she saw evidence of preservation techniques being used effectively. Smokehouses built using Guild designs, fermentation facilities that kept communities fed through the lean months, storage systems that prevented spoilage and waste. but she also saw signs of the tensions that the guild's work had created. In some towns, traditional merchants and food distributors viewed the guild's activities with suspicion and hostility. They had built their livelihoods on controlling access to preserved foods, and the guild's free sharing of preservation knowledge threatened their profits. The royal court at Westminster was a world unto itself, filled with nobles and courtiers who lived in luxury that seemed almost obscene to someone who had spent years working to prevent starvation in rural communities. Elena found herself ushered through corridors lined with tapestries and artwork that probably cost more than entire villages would see in a lifetime. King Edward III received her in a private chamber rather than the great throne room, a choice that Elena hoped indicated a desire for genuine discussion rather than formal intimidation. The king was a man in his 50s, with the bearing of someone who had spent his life making decisions that affected the lives of millions. "Master Elena," the king said, gesturing for her to sit at a table that had been set with wine and food. "I have heard remarkable things about your Guild of Keepers and the knowledge you have been sharing throughout my realm." Elena chose her words carefully. "Your Majesty, we are honored that our work has come to your attention. The Guild exists to preserve and share knowledge that can help communities survive and thrive." "Indeed," the king replied, but there was something in his tone that suggested he had concerns about the Guild's activities. "And that is precisely what I wish to discuss with you. Knowledge is a powerful thing, Master Elena. In the right hands, it can bring prosperity and stability. In the wrong hands, it can create chaos and disruption." Elena felt her heart sink as she realized where this conversation was heading. The king wasn't interested in supporting the guild's mission. He wanted to control it. "Your Majesty," she said carefully, "preservation knowledge is most effective when it's widely available. Communities that understand how to preserve food are more stable, more prosperous, and more loyal to their rulers." "Perhaps," the king said, "but they are also more independent. Communities that can preserve their own food don't need to depend on royal granaries or noble food stores. They don't need to trade their loyalty for sustenance." Elena understood the political calculation behind the king's concerns. Rulers had always used control of food supplies as a tool for maintaining power. If communities could preserve their own food effectively, they would be less dependent on royal authority. "Your Majesty," Elena said, choosing her words with great care. "The Guild's work actually serves the interests of stable government. Well-fed communities are peaceful communities. People who don't face starvation don't rebel against their rulers." The king considered this argument, but Elena could see that he remained unconvinced. "Perhaps, but I cannot allow knowledge that affects the stability of my realm to be distributed without oversight. I am prepared to offer the Guild official recognition and support, but in exchange, I require that all preservation knowledge be approved by royal authorities before it is taught." Elena felt her stomach tighten with anger and disappointment. The king's offer would effectively destroy everything the Guild stood for. Official recognition might provide some benefits, but royal oversight would mean that preservation knowledge would once again become a tool for political control rather than a means of helping people survive. "Your Majesty," she said finally, "I appreciate your offer, but I cannot accept conditions that would restrict access to knowledge that people need to survive. The Guild's mission is to serve humanity, not political authority." The king's expression hardened. "Then you refuse my offer of cooperation?" "I refuse to compromise the principles that the Guild was founded on," Elena replied. "Preservation knowledge belongs to all humanity, not to any king or kingdom." "Ooh, The king was quiet for a long moment, studying Elena with the calculating gaze of someone who was accustomed to having his will obeyed. Finally, he spoke. "You are either very brave or very foolish, Master Elena. Perhaps both. I could order the guild's activities in England to cease. I could have your training centers closed and your members arrested." Elena felt fear, but also a strange sense of calm. She had always known that this moment might come, that the guild's principles would eventually be tested by those who wanted to control knowledge for their own purposes. "You could," she agreed, "but the knowledge would survive. The guild has training centers throughout Europe, members in dozens of countries. Preservation techniques are already being taught in communities throughout the known world. You might stop us in England, but you cannot stop the spread of knowledge itself." The king smiled, but there was no warmth in the expression. "We shall see about that. You may go, Master Elena, but understand this. The Guild of Keepers is no longer welcome in England. You have 1 month to cease your activities and leave my realm." As Elena left the royal court, she felt the weight of failure and responsibility pressing down on her. The guild's work in England would have to end, at least temporarily. The training center at Blackwood Manor would need to be closed or moved. Hundreds of communities that had benefited from the guild's knowledge would lose access to ongoing support and new developments. But as she traveled back toward Blackwood Manor, Elena also felt a growing sense of determination. The king's ultimatum was a setback, but it wasn't a defeat. The guild had been designed to survive exactly this kind of challenge, and the knowledge they had preserved and developed would continue to spread regardless of royal opposition. When Elena arrived at Blackwood Manor, she found the guild's governing council already assembled and waiting for her. Word of the royal summons had traveled quickly, and they had correctly guessed the outcome of her meeting with the king. "How long do we have?" asked Master Giovanni. 1 month, Elena replied. "The king has ordered all guild activities in England to cease." The council members absorbed this news with the grim determination of people who had always known that their work might face political opposition. They had planned for this possibility, developing contingency plans that would allow the guild's work to continue, even if they lost access to their original base of operations. "The training center can be moved to our facility in Bruges," said Master Willem, who oversaw the guild's operations in the Low Countries. "The Flemish authorities have been supportive of our work, and we have the space to accommodate the English students and faculty." "What about the knowledge we've accumulated here?" asked Sarah of York, who had become one of Elena's most trusted assistants. "The library, the experimental facilities, the preserved specimens." Elena had been thinking about this problem during her journey from Westminster. The guild's library at Blackwood Manor contained the most complete collection of preservation knowledge in the world, including irreplaceable manuscripts and experimental records that represented years of research and development. "We'll copy everything," she said. "Multiple copies, distributed to guild centers throughout Europe. If one collection is lost or destroyed, the knowledge will survive in other locations." Oh, Brother Augustine, who had spent decades preserving ancient Roman knowledge in isolation, nodded approvingly. Redundancy is the key to preserving knowledge across time. No single location, no matter how secure, can guarantee survival indefinitely. Over the following weeks, the Guild's English operations transformed into a massive copying and preservation effort. Teams of scribes worked around the clock to reproduce the Guild's accumulated knowledge, creating multiple copies of every important document and distributing them to Guild centers throughout Europe. But the copying effort was about more than just preserving existing knowledge. It was also about ensuring that the guild's work could continue and evolve, even without its original base. Each guild center would have access to the complete body of preservation knowledge, allowing them to continue research and development independently. Elena found herself working alongside people she had trained, watching them take responsibility for preserving and continuing work that she had begun. It was both heartbreaking and inspiring to see how much the guild had grown beyond her individual contributions. "You've created something that's bigger than any of us," said Marcus, who had decided to leave England with the guild, rather than remain at Blackwood Manor under royal restrictions. "The knowledge we've preserved and developed will continue to spread regardless of what any king or authority tries to do." As the month deadline approached, Elena stood once more in the great hall that had been transformed into the guild's first library. The shelves were now empty, their contents carefully packed and distributed to guild centers throughout Europe. But the space didn't feel empty to Elena. It felt like a seed that had grown into something magnificent and was now ready to spread throughout the world. The final guild meeting at Blackwood Manor was both an ending and a beginning. Elena looked out at faces that represented the future of preservation knowledge. Young people who would carry the guild's mission forward, experienced keepers who would establish new training centers, researchers who would continue to push the boundaries of what was possible in food preservation. "We are leaving England," Elena said, "but we are not leaving our mission behind. The Guild of Keepers exists wherever people are committed to preserving and sharing knowledge for the benefit of all humanity. That commitment cannot be restricted by borders or suppressed by royal decree." The response was immediate and enthusiastic. These people understood that they were part of something historic, something that would outlive any individual leader or location. As the guild members prepared to disperse to their new assignments throughout Europe, Elena reflected on the journey that had brought her to this moment. She had begun as a desperate girl trying to save her family from hunger, had learned preservation techniques that saved communities during the plague years, and had founded an organization that was reshaping how knowledge was preserved and shared throughout the known world. But she also understood that her greatest achievement wasn't any specific technique or innovation. It was the creation of a system that would ensure preservation knowledge would survive and evolve long after she was gone. The Guild of Keepers would continue to grow and adapt, spreading knowledge to new communities and developing new techniques to meet emerging challenges. Old Martha, now in her 80s but still sharp and determined, approached Elena as the final preparations were being made for departure. The elderly woman who had first taught Elena the basics of preservation had lived to see those lessons grow into a movement that spanned continents. "Child," Martha said, using the term of affection she had always used for Elena, "you've accomplished something that I never imagined when I first began teaching you. You've ensured that the knowledge we've preserved will never be lost, never be controlled by those who would use it for selfish purposes." Elena felt tears in her eyes as she embraced the woman who had started her on this incredible journey. "I couldn't have done any of this without what you taught me. The Guild exists because you were willing to share your knowledge freely." Martha smiled. "And now that knowledge will spread throughout the world, helping people we'll never meet, solving problems we can't imagine. That's the true legacy of a keeper. Not the knowledge itself, but the commitment to sharing it." As Elena prepared to leave Blackwood Manor for the last time, she took one final walk through the preservation facilities that had been her laboratory and classroom for so many years. The smoke houses where she had learned to cure meat, the fermentation chambers where she had discovered the principles of controlled decay, the underground Roman facility where she had learned techniques that spanned centuries. All of it would remain, but it would no longer be the center of the guild's activities. But Elena understood that this wasn't really an ending. The Guild of Keepers had grown beyond any single location, any individual leader, any national boundary. It had become what she had always envisioned, a truly international network of people committed to preserving and sharing knowledge for the benefit of all humanity. As her carriage pulled away from Blackwood Manor, Elena looked back at the estate that had been her home and headquarters for so many crucial years. But she wasn't looking back with sadness or regret. She was looking back with satisfaction at what had been accomplished and forward with excitement at what was yet to come. The Guild of Keepers would establish new headquarters in Bruges, would continue to grow and evolve, would face new challenges and develop new solutions. The knowledge they had preserved would spread to new continents, would be adapted to new climates and conditions, would help communities that hadn't even been discovered yet. Elena Ashford, who had once been a desperate merchant's daughter, watching her mother try to make a single turnip feed a family of 5, had become something unprecedented in human history. The founder of an organization dedicated to ensuring that essential knowledge would never again be lost to crisis, controlled by the powerful or restricted from those who needed it most. The last keeper of Winter's Table had become the first master keeper of a guild that would preserve not just food, but hope itself. And that guild would continue long after Elena was gone, carrying forward the vision of knowledge as a shared heritage of all humanity. As her carriage rolled through the English countryside toward the port where a ship waited to carry her to her new life in Bruges, Elena made a silent promise to all the people, past, present, and future, who would benefit from the guild's work. The knowledge would survive, the network would grow, and no king, no merchant, no authority would ever again be able to control or restrict the techniques that allowed humanity to preserve abundance against scarcity, hope against despair, life itself against the ravages of time and circumstance. The Guild of Keepers would endure, and with it, the dream of a world where no one would ever again face hunger when abundance was possible, where knowledge would be shared freely rather than hoarded selfishly, where the wisdom of generations would be preserved for the benefit of all who came after. Elena's personal journey was ending, but the movement she had created was just beginning. The Keeper's legacy would live on in every community that learned to preserve food, in every person who shared knowledge freely, in every generation that chose abundance over scarcity, and cooperation over control. The Winter's Table would never again be empty, because the Keepers would always be there to ensure that humanity's hard-won wisdom would survive and thrive, no matter what challenges the future might bring. The Eastern Winds. The autumn of 1351 brought unexpected visitors to Blackwood Manor, their arrival heralded by the exotic scents of cinnamon, star anise, and other spices that Elena had never encountered before. A caravan of merchants from the distant lands of Cathay and the Arabian Peninsula had made the long journey to England. Drawn by rumors of revolutionary preservation techniques that were transforming how food was stored and transported throughout Europe, Elena stood in the courtyard of Blackwood Manor, watching as the foreign merchants unpacked their goods with the careful precision of people who understood the true value of what they carried. Silk fabrics that shimmered like captured sunlight, precious stones that seemed to hold fire within their depths, and, most intriguingly, sealed containers that gave off tantalizing aromas, suggesting preservation methods entirely unknown to European practitioners. Master Elena, called Marcus, approaching with barely contained excitement. You must meet these travelers. They claim to possess preservation techniques that have been perfected over thousands of years, in lands where the climate makes European methods impossible. Elena felt the familiar thrill of discovery that had driven her throughout her career. The Guild of Keepers had always been founded on the principle that knowledge belonged to all humanity, and the arrival of these Eastern merchants represented an unprecedented opportunity to expand their understanding of preservation science. The leader of the merchant caravan was a man of perhaps 50 years, his weathered face speaking of countless journeys across desert and mountain, his dark eyes holding the wisdom of someone who had seen the full breadth of the known world. He introduced himself as Master Li Wei, a preservation specialist from the great trading city of Guangzhou, where merchants from throughout Asia gathered to exchange goods and knowledge. Honored Lady Elena, Li Wei said in carefully pronounced Latin, bowing with the formal courtesy of Eastern diplomacy. Your reputation has traveled even to the courts of the Great Khan. We have journeyed many months to learn from your innovations, and perhaps to share some techniques that may be of interest to your guild. Elena returned the bow with equal formality, understanding that this moment represented more than just a meeting between merchants. It was a convergence of preservation traditions that had developed independently on opposite sides of the world, each shaped by different climates, cultures, and challenges. Master Li Wei, she replied, the Guild of Keepers exists to preserve and share knowledge for the benefit of all people. Any wisdom you are willing to share will be treasured and passed on to future generations. Li Wei smiled, and Elena caught a glimpse of the scholar beneath the merchant's practical exterior. Then, perhaps we might begin with a demonstration. I have brought samples of foods preserved using methods that may seem unusual to European eyes. Over the following days, Elena found herself immersed in techniques that challenged everything she thought she knew about preservation science. Li Wei and his companions demonstrated methods that seemed to defy logic. Foods that were deliberately allowed to ferment in ways that would have horrified European practitioners. Preservation techniques that relied on beneficial bacteria rather than trying to eliminate all microbial activity. The most remarkable demonstration involved soybeans that had been transformed through controlled fermentation into a dark, paste-like substance with an incredibly complex flavor profile. Li Wei explained that this fermented soy paste could be stored for years without spoilage, actually improving in flavor and nutritional value over time. In my homeland, Li Wei explained as Elena examined the fermented soybeans with fascination, we have learned that not all decay is harmful. Some forms of controlled decomposition create foods that are more nutritious and longer lasting than the original ingredients. Elena nodded, understanding immediately how this principle could revolutionize European preservation techniques. The Guild had always focused on preventing decay, but these Eastern methods suggested that controlled decay could actually be a preservation tool. The key, continued Li Wei, is understanding which microorganisms are beneficial and which are harmful. We have learned to create conditions that favor helpful bacteria while preventing the growth of dangerous ones. As Elena worked alongside Li Wei and his companions, she began to understand that they had brought more than just new techniques. They had brought an entirely different philosophy of preservation, one that worked with natural processes rather than against them. But the cultural exchange was not without its challenges. Li Wei's companions, while respectful, clearly struggled with the idea of learning from a woman. In their homeland, Preservation knowledge was typically passed down through male lineages, and Elena's position as leader of the guild represented a radical departure from their cultural expectations. The tension came to a head during a particularly complex demonstration involving the fermentation of fish sauce, a technique that required precise timing and temperature control. One of Li Wei's younger assistants, a man named Chen Ming, openly questioned whether Elena possessed the necessary knowledge to understand such sophisticated methods. "With respect, Master Li Wei," Chen Ming said in his native tongue, apparently assuming that Elena could not understand him, "how can we be certain that a woman possesses the intellectual capacity to grasp these advanced techniques? In our homeland, such knowledge is entrusted only to men who have proven their scholarly abilities." Elena felt a familiar flash of anger at the casual dismissal of her capabilities, but she had learned over the years that direct confrontation was rarely the most effective response to such prejudice. Instead, she decided to demonstrate her knowledge in a way that would be impossible to dismiss or ignore. "Master Chen Ming," she said in carefully pronounced Mandarin, having spent the previous evenings learning basic phrases from Li Wei. "Perhaps you would be interested in seeing how European techniques can be adapted to improve upon traditional Eastern methods." The young man's eyes widened in surprise, both at Elena's use of his language and at the confidence in her voice. Li Wei smiled approvingly, understanding that Elena was about to provide an education in more than just preservation techniques. Elena led the group to one of the guild's fermentation chambers, where she had been experimenting with controlled bacterial cultures using principles derived from both Roman techniques and her own innovations. The chamber contained samples of fermented vegetables that had been prepared using a hybrid approach that combined Eastern fermentation principles with European temperature control methods. The results were remarkable. Vegetables that had been fermented for months without any signs of harmful spoilage, their nutritional content actually enhanced by the controlled bacterial activity. But more importantly, Elena had documented every step of the process, creating detailed records that could be replicated by other practitioners. In Europe, Elena explained as Chen Ming examined the fermented vegetables with growing amazement. "We have learned to combine practical techniques with systematic documentation. This allows us to understand not just what works, but why it works, enabling us to adapt methods to different conditions and improve upon traditional approaches." Li Wei nodded with obvious appreciation. "This is exactly why we made this long journey. Your systematic approach to preservation science represents a new way of thinking about ancient knowledge. In our homeland, techniques are often passed down unchanged for generations. But your methods suggest ways to improve and adapt traditional wisdom." Over the following weeks, Elena and Li Wei worked together to develop hybrid preservation techniques that combined the best aspects of Eastern and European approaches. They created fermented meat products that used Chinese spice combinations with European smoking techniques, developed vegetable preservation methods that combined Roman salt curing with Asian fermentation, and experimented with preservation techniques for foods that were common in one culture but unknown in the other. But perhaps more importantly, Elena began to understand how the Guild's mission could be expanded beyond Europe. Li Wei spoke of preservation challenges in tropical climates where European techniques were ineffective, of communities that faced different types of food scarcity than those common in temperate regions, of knowledge traditions that had developed sophisticated solutions to problems that European practitioners had never encountered. The Guild of Keepers could serve communities throughout the world, Li Wei suggested during one of their evening discussions. But to do so effectively, It would need to understand and incorporate preservation traditions from many different cultures. Elena felt her vision of the Guild's future expanding beyond anything she had previously imagined. The organization she had founded to preserve European knowledge could become a truly global network, connecting preservation traditions from every corner of the world and creating new techniques that drew from the accumulated wisdom of all human cultures. But she also understood that such expansion would require fundamental changes in how the Guild operated. European-trained keepers would need to learn not just new techniques, but new ways of thinking about preservation science. The Guild would need to develop methods for incorporating knowledge from cultures with very different approaches to learning and teaching. There are challenges, Elena admitted. Language barriers, cultural differences, political complications. The Guild has succeeded in Europe partly because we share common languages and similar political structures. Expanding to other continents would require overcoming obstacles we've never faced before. Li Wei smiled. Every worthwhile endeavor faces obstacles. But consider what could be accomplished if preservation knowledge from throughout the world could be combined and shared freely. Communities that now face regular famine could learn techniques that would ensure food security. Traders could carry preserved foods across distances that are currently impossible. The accumulated wisdom of all human cultures could be preserved for future generations. As the weeks passed, and Li Wei's caravan prepared to continue their trading journey, Elena found herself grappling with a decision that would fundamentally alter the Guild's future direction. Li Wei had extended an invitation for Guild representatives to travel to Asia, to learn preservation techniques that had never been documented in European texts, to establish training centers that could serve communities throughout the Eastern world. But accepting this invitation would mean sending Guild members on journeys that might take years to complete, into lands where European knowledge and customs would provide little guidance. It would mean expanding the Guild's mission beyond anything its founders had envisioned, taking on responsibilities and challenges that could strain the organization's resources and capabilities. The decision became even more complex when Li Wei revealed the true purpose of his journey to Europe. He represented not just a trading caravan, but a coalition of Eastern preservation specialists who were facing challenges that their traditional techniques could not solve. Climate changes were affecting traditional preservation methods. New trade routes were creating demand for techniques that could preserve foods during longer journeys. And political upheavals were disrupting the traditional systems through which preservation knowledge was passed down. "We need what you have created here," Li Wei explained during their final evening together. "Not just your techniques, but your approach to preserving and sharing knowledge." The Guild of Keepers represents a new way of thinking about how human wisdom can be preserved across generations and shared across cultures. Elena understood that Li Wei was offering more than just an exchange of techniques. He was proposing a fundamental expansion of the Guild's mission that could transform it from a European organization into a truly global network. But she also understood that such expansion would require resources, planning, and commitment that would test the Guild's capabilities to their limits. As Li Wei's caravan departed from Blackwood Manor, Elena stood in the courtyard where she had first welcomed the Eastern merchants, her mind filled with possibilities and challenges that she had never previously imagined. The samples of preserved foods that Li Wei had left behind represented more than just new techniques. They represented a vision of what the Guild could become if it was willing to embrace the full breadth of human knowledge and experience. But Elena also understood that the decision about the Guild's future could not be made by her alone. The organization had grown beyond any single leader. and such a fundamental change in mission would require the support and commitment of guild members throughout Europe. Over the following months, Elena found herself traveling to guild training centers throughout the continent, sharing what she had learned from Li Wei and his companions, discussing the possibilities and challenges of expanding the guild's mission beyond Europe. The response was mixed. Some guild members were excited by the possibilities, while others worried about the practical challenges and resource requirements of such expansion. Master Giovanni, who oversaw the guild's operations in the Italian city-states, was particularly concerned about the political implications of establishing guild centers in lands that were controlled by unfamiliar authorities. We have succeeded in Europe partly because we understand the political landscape, he argued. Expanding to Asia or Africa would mean operating in environments where we have no experience and no allies. But Sarah of York, who had become one of Elena's most trusted advisors, saw the expansion as a natural evolution of the guild's mission. We have always believed that preservation knowledge belongs to all humanity, she pointed out. If we limit ourselves to Europe, we are betraying that fundamental principle. The debate continued for months, with guild members throughout Europe discussing the possibilities and challenges of global expansion. But it was a letter from Li Wei, delivered by another merchant caravan the following spring, that finally resolved the question. Li Wei wrote that he had successfully established the first Asian training center for preservation techniques based on guild principles, located in the trading city of Malacca, where merchants from throughout Asia gathered to exchange goods and knowledge. The center was already training local specialists in hybrid techniques that combined Eastern and European approaches, and demand for such training was growing rapidly. But more importantly, Li Wei reported that the center was already making discoveries that could benefit guild operations throughout the world. Preservation techniques developed for tropical climates were proving effective in Mediterranean regions during particularly hot summers. Fermentation methods adapted from Chinese traditions were creating new possibilities for preserving foods that had previously been difficult to store long-term. The knowledge flows in both directions, Li Wei wrote. European techniques are being adapted to Asian conditions, but Asian methods are also revealing new possibilities for European applications. The Guild's vision of shared knowledge is creating innovations that benefit all participants. Elena understood that Li Wei's success in Malacca represented more than just the establishment of a single training center. It demonstrated that the Guild's principles and methods could be successfully adapted to very different cultural and environmental conditions. The systematic approach to preservation science that had been developed in Europe could serve as a foundation for incorporating knowledge from throughout the world. The final decision came during the Guild's annual gathering in Bruges, where representatives from training centers throughout Europe met to discuss the organization's future direction. Elena presented Li Wei's reports and the samples of preserved foods that demonstrated the effectiveness of hybrid preservation techniques. The response was immediate and enthusiastic. Guild members who had initially been skeptical about expansion found themselves excited by the possibilities that Li Wei's work had revealed. The prospect of learning preservation techniques that had been developed in climates and conditions entirely different from those found in Europe opened up new possibilities for innovation and discovery. We have always believed that knowledge shared freely becomes more powerful, Elena said, as the Guild members voted to approve the expansion initiative. Li Wei and his colleagues have demonstrated that this principle applies not just within Europe, but throughout the world. The Guild of Keepers can become what it was always meant to be, a truly global network dedicated to preserving and sharing the accumulated wisdom of all human cultures. The vote was unanimous, and Elena felt a familiar thrill of excitement as she contemplated the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. The Guild would need to develop new methods for training members who would work in unfamiliar environments, create systems for communicating across vast distances and language barriers, and establish relationships with authorities and communities in lands where European knowledge and customs provided little guidance. But Elena also understood that the Guild's expansion into Asia represented more than just an organizational challenge. It represented the fulfillment of the vision that had guided her from the beginning. Knowledge truly did belong to all humanity, and the Guild of Keepers would ensure that the accumulated wisdom of all human cultures would be preserved and shared for the benefit of future generations. As Elena prepared for what would be her own journey to Asia, planned for the following year, she reflected on how far the Guild had come from its humble beginnings in a small English village. The organization that had started with Elena's desperate attempts to save her family from hunger had become a global network that was reshaping how human knowledge was preserved and shared. But she also understood that the Guild's greatest achievements lay not in the past, but in the future. The techniques and principles that had been developed in Europe would be combined with knowledge from throughout the world, creating new possibilities for innovation and discovery that could benefit communities that had not yet been imagined. The eastern winds had brought more than just new preservation techniques to Blackwood Manor. They had brought a vision of what the Guild could become when it embraced the full breadth of human knowledge and experience, and Elena was determined to ensure that vision became reality. The Assassin's Shadow. The winter of 1352 brought an unusual chill to England, one that seemed to seep not just into bones, but into souls. Elena had returned from her preliminary journey to establish guild connections in Flanders when the first warning came. A coded message delivered by a travel-worn merchant who claimed to represent interests in Venice, but whose eyes held the calculating coldness of someone accustomed to dealing in more than silk and spices. "The Venetian Trading Consortium sends greetings," the man said, his Latin carrying the distinctive accent of the Italian city-states, though something in his manner suggested origins far more complex than a simple mercantile background. "They have heard of your innovations in food preservation and wish to discuss potential partnerships." Elena received the messenger in the great hall of Blackwood Manor, flanked by Sarah of York and Marcus, both of whom had developed an instinct for recognizing threats disguised as opportunities. The Guild's success had inevitably attracted attention from established trading interests, not all of which welcomed the disruption that improved preservation techniques were causing to traditional commercial arrangements. "The consortium is particularly interested," the messenger continued, "in ensuring that certain preservation techniques remain appropriately controlled. They believe that unrestricted sharing of such knowledge could destabilize established trade relationships that have served Europe well for generations." The threat was subtle but unmistakable. The Venetian Trading Consortium, one of the most powerful commercial organizations in Europe, was expressing concern about the Guild's policy of freely sharing preservation knowledge. Their interest in partnership was almost certainly a prelude to demands for exclusive access to Guild techniques or restrictions on who could receive training. Elena had anticipated this moment since the Guild's founding. She had always known that organizations built on controlling scarcity would eventually view the Guild's mission of sharing knowledge as a direct threat to their interests. But the messenger's carefully chosen words suggested something more dangerous than simple commercial competition. "Please convey our appreciation to the consortium," Elena replied, with diplomatic courtesy that concealed her growing concern. The Guild of Keepers has always been interested in relationships that serve the common good. However, our fundamental principles regarding the free sharing of knowledge are not subject to negotiation. The messenger's smile never wavered, but Elena caught a flicker of something cold and calculating in his eyes. The consortium hoped you might reconsider that position. They believe that certain adjustments to your policies could be mutually beneficial. They are prepared to be quite generous in their support of guild activities, provided appropriate understandings can be reached. After the messenger departed, Elena found herself facing a problem that no amount of preservation knowledge could solve. The guild had grown powerful enough to threaten established commercial interests, but not yet powerful enough to defend itself against organizations that had spent centuries perfecting the art of eliminating competition through methods that went far beyond simple economic pressure. "They're not just threatening commercial action," Sarah observed, as they discussed the messenger's visit in the privacy of Elena's study. "That man wasn't a merchant. He was evaluating our defenses, our routines, our vulnerabilities. The Venetians are considering more direct methods of resolving their concerns about guild activities." Elena nodded grimly. She had spent years focused on the technical and organizational challenges of building the guild. But she had perhaps been naive about the political realities of challenging established power structures. The guild's success in democratizing preservation knowledge was disrupting trade relationships that had enriched powerful families for generations, and such families had resources and methods for protecting their interests that went far beyond normal commercial competition. Over the following weeks, Elena began to notice subtle changes in the patterns of daily life around Blackwood Manor. Strangers appeared in the local village, claiming to be traveling merchants but showing more interest in guild activities than in conducting actual trade. Servants reported being approached by individuals asking seemingly innocent questions about Elena's routines and the security arrangements at the manor. Most concerning of all, several guild training centers throughout Europe reported similar visits from representatives of various trading consortiums, all expressing interest in partnerships that would involve restrictions on who could receive preservation training. The pattern suggested a coordinated effort to pressure the guild into abandoning its fundamental principles or face consequences that were becoming increasingly clear. The first direct attempt came on a fog-shrouded evening in early February, when Elena was returning from a visit to the guild's fermentation facilities located in the manor's cellars. She had stayed later than usual, documenting the results of experiments combining Li Wei's fermentation techniques with traditional European methods, when she became aware of footsteps that seemed to match her own pace too precisely to be coincidental. Elena had learned caution during her years of challenging established interests, and she had developed habits that might seem paranoid to someone who had never faced serious threats. She varied her routines, remained alert to her surroundings, and had arranged signals with trusted guild members that could summon help quickly if needed. But the figure following her through the fog-shrouded grounds of Blackwood Manor moved with the practiced stealth of someone trained in more than simple observation. Elena realized with growing alarm that she was being stalked by someone whose intentions were almost certainly lethal. The attack came as Elena approached the manor's main entrance, where torchlight should have provided security, but instead created shadows that concealed her pursuer's approach. She heard the whisper of steel being drawn from a sheath and threw herself sideways, just as a blade sliced through the air where her neck had been moments before. Elena's attacker was a figure dressed in dark clothing that seemed to absorb light, face concealed by a hood that revealed only cold eyes that reflected the torchlight like those of a predatory animal. The assassin moved with fluid grace that spoke of extensive training in the deadly arts, advancing with the confidence of someone accustomed to completing such assignments without difficulty. But Elena had not survived years of challenging, powerful interests by being helpless in the face of violence. She had learned basic self-defense from Sarah of York, who had insisted that guild leaders needed to be prepared for threats that went beyond commercial competition. More importantly, Elena understood that her survival depended not on matching her attacker's combat skills, but on reaching help before the assassin could complete the assignment. Elena rolled behind a stone planter and shouted the alarm signal that would bring guild members running from throughout the manor. But the assassin moved to cut off her escape routes, demonstrating familiarity with the manor's layout that suggested extensive surveillance and planning. The deadly dance continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, with Elena using her knowledge of the manor's grounds to stay ahead of her pursuer, while hoping that help would arrive before her luck ran out. The assassin pursued with methodical patience, clearly confident that the outcome was inevitable, and that the only question was how long Elena could delay her own death. Salvation came from an unexpected source. Brother Augustine, who had been working late in the manor's library, emerged from a side entrance just as the assassin was closing in for what would have been the fatal strike. The elderly monk took in the situation with surprising speed and reacted with equally surprising effectiveness. "In nomine Patris," Augustine shouted, swinging a heavy iron candlestick with accuracy that suggested his scholarly pursuits had not entirely eliminated more practical skills. The improvised weapon caught the assassin across the shoulder, disrupting the attack and giving Elena the opportunity to reach the manor's main entrance. The assassin, realizing that the element of surprise had been lost and that guild members were now responding to Elena's alarm calls, melted back into the fog with the same fluid grace that had characterized the attack. Within moments, the deadly figure had vanished as completely as if they had never existed, leaving only Elena's racing heart and Augustine's grim expression as evidence of what had occurred. Venetian blade work, Augustine observed, examining scratches the assassin's weapon had left on the stone planter. Distinctive style, designed for quick, silent kills. This was a professional assignment, not a random attack by common bandits. Elena felt a chill that had nothing to do with the February weather. The Venetian Trading Consortium had moved beyond threats and economic pressure to direct action, and the failed assassination attempt suggested that they were prepared to eliminate guild leadership rather than accept the disruption that democratized preservation knowledge was causing to their commercial interests. But Elena also understood that the failed attack represented both a crisis and an opportunity. The Venetians had revealed their willingness to use lethal force, but they had also demonstrated that such force could be resisted. The guild would need to develop security measures that could protect its members from threats that went far beyond normal commercial competition. But it could also use the assassination attempt to demonstrate to potential allies that the guild was facing opposition from interests that were willing to kill to maintain their control over essential knowledge. Over the following days, Elena found herself grappling with security challenges that she had never anticipated when founding the guild. How could an organization dedicated to freely sharing knowledge protect itself from interests that were prepared to use assassination to prevent such sharing? How could guild members continue their work while remaining alert to threats that could come from any direction at any time? The answer came from Sarah of York, whose background in noble politics had provided her with understanding of how powerful families protected themselves from similar threats. "We need to make the cost of attacking guild members higher than the benefit of eliminating them," Sarah explained. "That means developing alliances with interests that have their own reasons for opposing Venetian commercial dominance. Elena initially resisted the idea of involving the guild in political conflicts that seemed far removed from its educational mission, but she gradually came to understand that the guild's commitment to democratizing knowledge had inevitably made it a political actor, whether she intended that or not. The question was not whether the guild would be involved in political conflicts, but whether it would be prepared to defend itself effectively when such conflicts arose. The solution emerged through an unlikely alliance with English wool merchants, who had their own reasons for opposing Venetian attempts to control European trade relationships. The wool merchants understood that improved preservation techniques could open new markets for English products, but they also recognized that Venetian control over such techniques would strengthen their commercial rivals at English expense. The guild's mission serves English commercial interests, explained Master Robert Ashby, who represented a consortium of wool merchants based in the Cotswolds. But, more importantly, your commitment to sharing knowledge freely prevents any single trading organization from gaining the kind of monopolistic control that the Venetians are seeking. The alliance provided the guild with resources and connections that could offer protection against future assassination attempts. But it also required Elena to navigate political complexities that she had hoped to avoid. The guild would need to maintain its independence while accepting support from allies who had their own commercial and political agendas. The arrangement was tested sooner than anyone expected. Within a month of the failed assassination attempt, guild training centers in Flanders and the German states reported coordinated attacks by groups of armed men who seemed more interested in destroying guild facilities and records than in simple robbery. The pattern suggested that the Venetians had decided that if they could not control guild activities through intimidation or assassination, they would attempt to cripple the organization through systematic destruction of its infrastructure. But the guild's new allies proved their value during these attacks. English merchants operating in Flanders provided warning of planned raids, allowing guild members to evacuate valuable records and equipment before attacks occurred. German princes, who had their own reasons for opposing Venetian influence, provided protection for guild facilities in their territories, understanding that the guild's work served their interests in developing independent sources of preserved foods. The conflict escalated throughout the spring and summer of 1352. With the guild and its allies engaged in what amounted to a commercial war against Venetian interests and their allies. Guild members found themselves learning skills that had nothing to do with food preservation: how to recognize surveillance, how to vary routines to avoid predictable patterns, how to establish secure communication networks that could operate even when normal channels were compromised. Elena discovered that she had a talent for the strategic thinking that such conflicts required, but she also found herself troubled by how far the guild had moved from its original mission of simply sharing preservation knowledge. The organization that had been founded to ensure that no one would face hunger when abundance was possible had become involved in conflicts that seemed to have more to do with commercial competition than with serving human needs. The turning point came during a particularly sophisticated attack on the guild's main training facility in Bruges, where Venetian agents had infiltrated the local merchant community and were preparing to destroy not just guild facilities, but also the extensive library of preservation techniques that represented years of accumulated knowledge. Sarah of York, who had taken personal responsibility for guild security, uncovered the plot through a network of informants that she had developed among servants and minor merchants who had reasons to resent Venetian commercial dominance. But stopping the attack required more than simply alerting local authorities. It required a coordinated response that demonstrated the guild's ability to defend itself against sophisticated threats. The defense of the Bruges facility became a model for how the guild could protect itself while maintaining its commitment to sharing knowledge freely. Guild members worked with local allies to identify and neutralize Venetian agents, but they also used the crisis as an opportunity to demonstrate preservation techniques to local communities, showing how guild knowledge could serve ordinary people rather than just commercial interests. The success in Bruges marked the beginning of the end of the Venetian campaign against the guild. The trading consortium had assumed that an organization of scholars and craftspeople would be unable to defend itself against coordinated commercial and political pressure. But the guild's alliance network and its ability to demonstrate the practical value of its work to ordinary people had created a foundation of support that proved more resilient than the Venetians had anticipated. By autumn of 1352, the conflict had evolved into a stalemate that served neither side's interests. The Venetians had failed to destroy or control the guild, but their attacks had forced the organization to divert resources from education and research to security and defense. Elena found herself spending more time planning defensive measures than developing new preservation techniques, a situation that frustrated her sense of the guild's proper mission. The resolution came through an unexpected intermediary, Li Wei, who had returned to Europe as part of his ongoing efforts to establish trading relationships between Asian and European preservation specialists. Li Wei's network of contacts included merchants who had relationships with both the guild and various Italian trading organizations, and he was able to arrange negotiations that offered both sides a way to end the conflict without losing face. The Venetians fear that unrestricted sharing of preservation knowledge will destroy their commercial advantages, Li Wei explained during a private meeting with Elena. But they also understand that attempting to suppress such knowledge entirely is both impractical and ultimately self-defeating. What they need is assurance that guild activities will not be used specifically to target their interests. Elena initially resisted any agreement that would limit the guild's freedom to share knowledge, but she gradually came to understand that Li Wei was proposing something more sophisticated than simple restrictions on guild activities. The proposed agreement would establish principles for how preservation knowledge could be shared without being used as a weapon in commercial conflicts, creating a framework that could serve the interests of both knowledge-sharing organizations and established trading groups. The final agreement, negotiated in the neutral territory of Avignon under the auspices of papal mediators, established the guild's right to share preservation knowledge freely, while also creating mechanisms for ensuring that such sharing would not be used to deliberately destabilize existing trade relationships. The Venetians agreed to cease their attacks on guild facilities and members, while the guild committed to maintaining its educational focus rather than becoming directly involved in commercial competition. But perhaps more importantly, the agreement established precedents for how knowledge-sharing organizations could coexist with commercial interests that had reasons to fear unrestricted access to technical innovations. The principles developed during the negotiations would later be applied to conflicts involving other types of knowledge and other commercial interests, creating a framework for balancing the free sharing of information with the legitimate concerns of established economic actors. Elena found herself both relieved and troubled by the agreement's conclusion. The guild had successfully defended its right to share preservation knowledge freely, and its members could return to their primary mission without constantly looking over their shoulders for assassins and saboteurs. But the conflict had also demonstrated how quickly an organization dedicated to serving human needs could become entangled in political and commercial conflicts that seemed far removed from its original purposes. We have learned something important. Elena reflected during a guild gathering held to discuss the lessons of the Venetian conflict. Knowledge is never politically neutral. When we democratize access to techniques that have previously been controlled by established interests, we inevitably challenge existing power relationships. The question is not whether we will face such challenges, but whether we will be prepared to meet them while maintaining our commitment to serving the common good. The guild members who had lived through the conflict understood that Elena was describing more than just the specific threat posed by Venetian commercial interests. As the guild expanded its activities and influence, it would inevitably face opposition from other established interests that had reasons to fear the democratization of knowledge. The organization would need to develop capabilities for defending itself while avoiding the temptation to become primarily a political or commercial actor, rather than an educational institution. The resolution of the Venetian conflict also marked Elena's evolution from a preservation specialist and educator into something approaching a political leader. She had demonstrated abilities in strategic thinking, alliance building, and conflict resolution that went far beyond her original expertise in food preservation techniques. But she had also learned that such capabilities came with responsibilities and temptations that could potentially compromise the guild's fundamental mission. As winter approached and the immediate crisis passed, Elena found herself contemplating the guild's future with a mixture of satisfaction and concern. The organization had survived its first major political challenge and had established its right to continue sharing preservation knowledge freely. But the conflict had also revealed how complex the guild's mission would become as it expanded its influence and activities. The Guild of Keepers had begun as Elena's response to the hunger and waste she had witnessed in her youth. It had evolved into an organization that was reshaping how knowledge was preserved and shared throughout Europe. But the Venetian conflict had demonstrated that it was also becoming a political actor, whose activities could influence the balance of power between established commercial interests and emerging economic forces. Elena understood that the Guild's greatest challenges lay not in the past, but in the future. As the organization expanded beyond Europe and incorporated knowledge from throughout the world, it would face opposition from interests that had even more to lose from the democratization of essential knowledge. The principles and capabilities that had been developed during the Venetian conflict would be tested repeatedly, as the Guild pursued its mission of ensuring that human knowledge served all of humanity rather than just privileged elites. But Elena also understood that such challenges were the inevitable consequence of pursuing a mission that truly mattered. The Guild of Keepers had been founded on the belief that knowledge belonged to all humanity, and that belief would continue to guide the organization, even when defending it required capabilities and strategies that went far beyond simple education and research. The shadow of the assassin had passed, but Elena knew that other shadows would emerge as the Guild continued its work. The question was not whether such challenges would arise, but whether the Guild would be prepared to meet them while maintaining its commitment to serving the common good rather than narrow interests. As she stood in the courtyard of Blackwood Manor on a clear winter evening, looking up at stars that seemed to promise infinite possibilities, Elena felt the familiar thrill of anticipation that had driven her throughout her career. The Guild had survived its first major political crisis and had emerged stronger and more capable than before. The future held challenges that she could not yet imagine, but it also held opportunities to fulfill the vision that had guided her from the beginning. A world where human knowledge served all of humanity, where no one would face hunger when abundance was possible, where the accumulated wisdom of all cultures would be preserved and shared for the benefit of future generations. The assassin's shadow had revealed the price of pursuing such a vision, but it had also demonstrated that the price was worth paying. The Guild of Keepers would continue its work, prepared now for the political realities of challenging established power structures, but never forgetting that its ultimate purpose was to serve human needs rather than political interests. The Northern Passage. The spring of 1353 brought an invitation that would test the Guild of Keepers in ways that Elena had never anticipated. A delegation of Norse traders, their longships bearing the distinctive dragon-head prows that had once struck terror into coastal communities throughout Europe, arrived at the Thames estuary with a proposal that challenged everything the Guild thought it knew about preservation in extreme climates. Jarl Eric Bloodaxe, a name that spoke of ancestral violence but whose bearer proved to be a thoughtful merchant scholar, more interested in trade than conquest, had journeyed from the fjords of Norway with samples of preserved foods that defied conventional understanding. Fish that had been buried in ice for months without spoilage. Meat that had been prepared using techniques that seemed to violate every principle of European preservation science. And, most remarkably, vegetables that had somehow remained nutritious and palatable despite being stored through Arctic winters that would have destroyed any food preserved using traditional methods. Lady Elena, Jarl Eric said in heavily accented Latin as he stood in the great hall of Blackwood Manor, his massive frame draped in furs that spoke of climates where survival itself was a daily challenge. We have heard tales of your guild's wisdom in preserving food, but we come not just to learn, we come to teach. The lands of the north have developed methods that your southern techniques cannot match. Born from necessity in places where failure means death for entire communities. Elena examined the samples that Eric's men had brought, her scientific curiosity overcoming her initial skepticism about preservation techniques, developed in conditions so different from those found in temperate Europe. The preserved fish showed no signs of the decay that should have been inevitable after months of storage, while the meat had a texture and flavor that suggested not just preservation but actual improvement through the storage process. These techniques, Elena said, studying a piece of fish that had been preserved using methods she couldn't immediately identify. They seemed to contradict fundamental principles of preservation science. How is it possible to maintain nutritional value and prevent spoilage in conditions that should accelerate decay? Eric smiled, his weathered face creasing with the satisfaction of someone who had anticipated exactly this reaction. In the north, we have learned that cold is not just the absence of heat. It is a tool that can be used with the same precision that southern lands use salt or smoke. But mastering such techniques requires understanding conditions that southern scholars have never experienced. The proposal that Eric presented was both simple and revolutionary. The Guild would establish a training center in the fjords of Norway, where European preservation specialists could learn techniques that had been developed specifically for Arctic conditions. In exchange, Norse communities would gain access to Guild knowledge that could improve their own food security during the long winter months when hunting and fishing became impossible. But Eric also made it clear that such an exchange would require more than just sharing technical knowledge. The North teaches hard lessons, he warned. Your scholars would need to survive conditions that kill the unprepared. Work with communities that value strength and endurance above book learning, and prove themselves worthy of knowledge that has been earned through generations of struggle against the harshest environment that humans can inhabit. Elena felt the familiar thrill of discovery that had driven her throughout her career, but she also understood that Eric was describing challenges that went far beyond anything the Guild had previously faced. Establishing a training center in the tropical Asia or Mediterranean regions would require adapting to different climates and cultures. But the Norse proposal involved operating in conditions where simple survival would be a constant concern. The decision to accept Eric's invitation was made easier by the Guild's recent experiences with the Venetian conflict. The organization had learned that diversifying its operations and establishing training centers in multiple regions provided both security against coordinated attacks and access to knowledge that could benefit communities throughout Europe. A Norse training center would serve both purposes, while also expanding the Guild's understanding of preservation techniques that could be applied in other challenging environments. But Elena also understood that the Norse expedition would require careful selection of Guild members who possessed not just technical expertise, but also the physical and mental resilience needed to survive in Arctic conditions. The expedition would be led by volunteers who understood that they might be away from familiar surroundings for years, working in conditions where European knowledge and customs would provide little guidance. The expedition party that departed from London in late spring included Elena herself, along with Marcus, Brother Augustine, and 6 other Guild members who had been selected for their combination of technical expertise and personal resilience. Sarah of York remained in England to oversee Guild operations during Elena's absence, but she had insisted on providing the expedition with security arrangements that reflected lessons learned during the Venetian conflict. The journey north proved to be an education in itself. As the Guild expedition traveled through Scotland and then across the North Sea in Eric's longships, they encountered conditions that challenged every assumption they had made about food preservation and storage. The constant dampness of sea voyages created preservation challenges that European techniques were poorly equipped to handle, while the limited storage space on Norse vessels required approaches to food planning that bore little resemblance to land-based preservation methods. Your southern techniques assume abundant fuel for cooking and drying, Eric explained as the longships navigated the treacherous waters between the Orkney Islands and the Norwegian coast. But in the north, fuel is precious, and weather is unpredictable. Our methods must work without fire, without controlled temperatures, without any of the conveniences that southern preservation takes for granted. Elena began to understand that the Norse had developed an entirely different philosophy of preservation, one based on working with natural conditions rather than trying to control them. Where European techniques relied on creating artificial environments that prevented spoilage, Norse methods seemed to harness natural processes, including cold, wind, and even controlled bacterial activity, to achieve preservation results that were often superior to those obtained through more complex European approaches. The first glimpse of the Norwegian fjords revealed a landscape that seemed designed to humble human ambitions. Towering cliffs rose directly from waters so deep that their bottoms disappeared into blackness, while glaciers carved valleys that spoke of forces operating on timescales that made human concerns seem momentary. It was a landscape that demanded respect and offered no forgiveness for mistakes or overconfidence. The Norse settlement, where the Guild would establish its training center, was located in a fjord so remote that it could only be reached during certain tidal conditions, surrounded by mountains that blocked out sunlight for months during the winter. The community consisted of perhaps 200 people who had learned to survive in conditions that would have been impossible for most Europeans to endure for even short periods. "Welcome to Isfjord," Eric said, as the longships navigated the narrow channel that led to the settlement. "Here, you will learn whether southern wisdom can survive northern reality." Elena's first impression of Isfjord was of a community that had been shaped by necessity, into something that bore little resemblance to the villages and towns she knew from temperate Europe. Every structure, every tool, every aspect of daily life had been designed with survival in mind, creating a culture that valued practical effectiveness above comfort or convenience. The preservation facilities that the Norse had developed were unlike anything Elena had encountered in her travels throughout Europe and Asia. Underground chambers carved directly into the permafrost provided natural refrigeration that remained constant throughout the year, while specialized smoking houses used carefully controlled airflow to create preservation conditions that could not be replicated using conventional European techniques. But perhaps most remarkable were the fermentation chambers that the Norse had developed for preserving fish and meat during the long winter months. These facilities used controlled bacterial cultures that thrived in cold conditions, creating preserved foods that were not just nutritionally complete, but actually more digestible and flavorful than the original ingredients. Fermentation in cold conditions requires understanding bacterial processes that Southern scholars have never studied, explained Astrid Eriksdotter, and the settlement's master of preservation techniques. The bacteria that work in warm climates die in our conditions, but the bacteria that thrive in cold create preservation results that warm climate fermentation cannot achieve. Elena found herself working alongside Astrid to understand fermentation processes that seemed to violate everything she thought she knew about bacterial activity. The Norse had learned to cultivate bacterial cultures that remained active at temperatures that should have stopped all biological processes, creating fermentation environments that produced preserved foods with nutritional profiles that surpassed anything achievable through European techniques. But learning Norse preservation methods required more than just understanding technical processes. It required adapting to a way of life that challenged every assumption about human comfort and convenience. The guild members found themselves working in conditions where temperatures rarely rose above freezing, where daylight lasted only a few hours during winter months, where every aspect of daily life required physical endurance that few Europeans possessed. Marcus, who had always prided himself on his physical resilience, found himself struggling with the simple task of maintaining body heat during the long hours spent working in the preservation facilities. I understand now why these techniques developed here, he admitted after a particularly challenging day spent learning to operate fermentation chambers in sub-freezing temperatures. European methods assume that humans can control their working environment. Norse methods assume that the environment controls everything, and humans must adapt accordingly. Brother Augustine, despite his advanced age, proved surprisingly adaptable to Norse conditions, perhaps because his monastic training had prepared him for discomfort and deprivation. But even he was challenged by preservation techniques that required working with materials and processes that bore little resemblance to anything described in European texts. These people have developed a science of survival, Augustine observed, as he documented Norse fermentation techniques for the guild's records. Their preservation methods are not just about storing food, they are about maintaining life itself in conditions where European civilization could not exist. Elena gradually came to understand that the Norse had developed more than just preservation techniques. They had created an integrated approach to survival that combined food storage, resource management, and community organization into a system that could sustain human life in conditions that would defeat any individual or small group. The community structure at Isfjord reflected this integrated approach to survival. Every member of the settlement had specialized knowledge that contributed to the community's ability to survive the harsh conditions. But everyone also possessed basic skills in multiple areas. The preservation specialists understood hunting and fishing. The hunters knew basic preservation techniques, and even the children could perform tasks that would challenge trained craftspeople in temperate climates. Survival in the north requires that knowledge be shared completely. Astrid explained as she taught Elena techniques for preserving seal meat that would remain nutritious throughout the winter months. We cannot afford to have essential knowledge held by only one person, because losing that person could mean death for the entire community. Elena recognized in this approach a more extreme version of the principles that had guided the guild's development. The Norse had learned through harsh necessity that knowledge hoarding was not just morally questionable, but practically suicidal. Their survival depended on ensuring that essential knowledge was distributed throughout the community and passed down reliably to future generations. But the Norse approach to knowledge sharing also included elements that challenged Elena's assumptions about how preservation techniques should be taught and learned. Norse training methods emphasized practical experience over theoretical understanding, learning through trial and error rather than systematic study, and developing intuitive understanding of natural processes rather than attempting to control them through artificial means. Your southern methods try to make preservation predictable, Eric observed, as he watched Elena struggle to master a fermentation technique that seemed to depend more on intuition than on precise measurements. But the North teaches that nature is never predictable. Our methods work with uncertainty rather than trying to eliminate it. The winter months at Isfjord provided Elena and her companions with an education in survival that went far beyond preservation techniques. They learned to work in darkness that lasted for months, to maintain body heat in conditions that could kill within minutes of exposure, to find food sources in a landscape that appeared completely barren to European eyes. But they also learned preservation techniques that revolutionized their understanding of what was possible in food storage and preparation. The Norse had developed methods for preserving fish that maintained nutritional value for years, meat preservation techniques that actually improved protein content through the storage process, and fermentation methods that created preserved foods with medicinal properties that could prevent scurvy and other diseases common during long sea voyages. Perhaps most remarkably, the Norse had learned to preserve fresh vegetables throughout the winter months, using techniques that combined controlled fermentation with natural refrigeration. The preserved vegetables retained not just nutritional value, but also flavors and textures that made them preferable to fresh vegetables available in temperate climates during winter months. These techniques could revolutionize food security throughout Europe. Elena realized as she sampled preserved vegetables that had been stored for 8 months without any loss of nutritional value. Communities that now face hunger during winter months could maintain complete nutrition year-round, using methods that require no fuel, no complex equipment, no resources beyond what is available in most European climates. But Elena also understood that adapting Norse techniques for use in temperate climates would require more than simply copying their methods. The techniques had been developed specifically for Arctic conditions, and their effectiveness depended on environmental factors that were not available in warmer regions. The Guild would need to understand the underlying principles of Norse preservation science, and then develop adapted versions that could work in different climatic conditions. The breakthrough came during the darkest months of winter, when Elena and Astrid worked together to understand how Norse fermentation techniques could be modified for use in climates where natural refrigeration was not available. By combining Norse understanding of cold climate bacterial cultures with European techniques for temperature control, they developed hybrid preservation methods that could achieve Norse quality results using equipment and resources available throughout Europe. The hybrid techniques proved even more effective than either the original Norse methods or traditional European approaches. Fermentation processes that had been developed for Arctic conditions could be adapted to work in controlled temperature environments, creating preserved foods that combined the nutritional advantages of Norse techniques with the reliability and predictability that European communities required. We have created something new, Elena realized as she examined preserved fish that had been prepared using the hybrid techniques. Not just Norse methods adapted for European use, but genuinely new approaches to preservation that draw from both the traditions while being superior to either alone. The success of the hybrid techniques marked the beginning of a new phase in the Guild's development. The organization had demonstrated that preservation knowledge developed in one extreme environment could be adapted for use in very different conditions, creating possibilities for innovation that went far beyond simple knowledge sharing. But the Norse expedition also taught Elena important lessons about the relationship between preservation techniques and the communities that used them. Norse methods had been developed not just as technical solutions to food storage problems, but as integral parts of a survival system that included social organization, resource management, and cultural values that supported community resilience. Preservation techniques are never just about food, Elena reflected as she prepared to return to England after spending nearly a year at Isfjord. They are about how communities organize themselves to survive challenges that threaten their existence. The most effective preservation methods are those that strengthen community bonds rather than just solving technical problems. The return journey to England provided Elena with time to contemplate how the Norse expedition had changed her understanding of the Guild's mission. The organization had begun as an effort to share preservation knowledge that could prevent hunger and waste, but it had evolved into something more complex. A network that was discovering how different human communities had developed solutions to survival challenges, and how those solutions could be combined and adapted to serve communities facing different but related challenges. The Guild members who returned from the Norse expedition brought with them not just new preservation techniques, but new approaches to community organization, resource management, and knowledge sharing that had been tested under the harshest conditions that humans could survive. These approaches would prove valuable not just for improving food security, but for strengthening the Guild's own ability to operate in challenging environments and serve communities facing various forms of adversity. The Norse training center that remained at Isfjord, staffed by Guild members who had chosen to stay and continue learning from the local community, represented more than just an expansion of the Guild's geographic reach. It represented a new model for how the organization could establish deep relationships with communities that had developed specialized knowledge, creating partnerships that served both the Guild's educational mission and the practical needs of local populations. The North has taught us that survival requires more than just technical knowledge, Elena reported to the Guild's annual gathering upon her return to England. It requires understanding how communities can organize themselves to face challenges that threaten their existence, and how knowledge can be shared in ways that strengthen rather than weaken community bonds. The techniques and principles that had been learned during the Norse expedition would prove their value repeatedly as the Guild expanded its operations to other challenging environments. The hybrid preservation methods developed at Isfjord could be adapted for use in desert climates, tropical regions, and other extreme environments where traditional European techniques were inadequate. But perhaps more importantly, the Norse expedition had demonstrated that the Guild's mission of sharing preservation knowledge could serve communities in ways that went far beyond simple food security. by learning from communities that had developed sophisticated survival systems. The guild could help other communities develop their own resilience in the face of challenges that threatened their existence. As Elena stood once again in the courtyard of Blackwood Manor, looking up at stars that seemed somehow brighter after her year in the Arctic darkness, she understood that the guild had evolved beyond anything she had originally envisioned. The organization that had begun as her response to hunger and waste in a small English village had become a network that was discovering and sharing the accumulated wisdom of human communities throughout the world. The Northern Passage had revealed new possibilities for preservation science, but it had also revealed new possibilities for human cooperation and knowledge sharing. The Guild of Keepers would continue to grow and evolve, but it would do so with a deeper understanding of how preservation knowledge could serve not just individual needs, but community survival and resilience. The harsh lessons of the North had prepared the Guild for challenges that lay ahead, but they had also revealed opportunities that Elena was only beginning to understand. The accumulated wisdom of human communities throughout the world could be combined and shared in ways that would benefit all of humanity. But doing so would require approaches to knowledge sharing that went far beyond simple technical instruction. The Guild's future lay not just in preserving and sharing knowledge, but in understanding how that knowledge could strengthen human communities and help them face whatever challenges the future might bring. The Northern Passage had been just the beginning of that larger journey. Blackwood Manor, England, autumn 1403. 50 years had passed since Elena first discovered the rotting grain that would change her life, and eventually the world. Now, at 73, she stood in the same courtyard where she had once dreamed of a world without hunger, watching her great-niece, Catherine, demonstrate fermentation techniques to a group of young scholars who had traveled from as far away as the kingdoms of Poland and the trading cities of the Hanseatic League. The Guild of Keepers had grown beyond anything Elena had imagined in those early days, when she worked alone in her makeshift laboratory, driven by little more than curiosity and a stubborn refusal to accept that food spoilage was simply an inevitable fact of life. What had begun as one woman's quest to understand the science of preservation had become a network that spanned continents, connecting communities from the fjords of Norway to the rice paddies of distant Cathay. The manor itself bore witness to this transformation. Where once there had been a single preservation workshop, now there stood a complex of buildings that housed the Guild's European headquarters, libraries containing preservation techniques from dozens of cultures, laboratories where scholars from different traditions worked together to develop new methods, and training facilities where knowledge that had once been jealously guarded by individual communities was freely shared with anyone willing to learn. But the most remarkable sight was the diversity of the people who now called Blackwood Manor home, at least temporarily. Norse traders worked alongside Flemish merchants to adapt Arctic preservation techniques for use in temperate climates. Scholars who had studied with Li Wei in the distant east shared fermentation secrets with monks who had spent decades perfecting the preservation of monastery gardens. Former agents of the Venetian Trading Consortium, now partners rather than enemies, collaborated with English wool merchants to develop preservation methods that could support longer trading voyages and more reliable food supplies. Sarah of York, now in her 60s but still sharp-eyed and formidable, had evolved from Elena's assistant into the Guild's master of security and external relations. The lessons learned during the Venetian conflict had shaped her into someone who could navigate the complex political relationships that the Guild's success had made necessary, ensuring that the organization could continue its work without falling victim to the commercial and political interests that still viewed freely shared knowledge as a threat to established power structures. "The morning reports," Sarah said. approaching Elena with the leather portfolio that contained updates from guild training centers throughout Europe and beyond. Jarl Erik sends word from Isfjord that the hybrid fermentation techniques are now being used by communities throughout the northern fjords. Fish preservation yields have increased by nearly 40%, and several communities that previously faced starvation during harsh winters are now able to maintain adequate nutrition year-round. Elena smiled at the mention of Erik Bloodaxe, who had become one of the guild's most valued partners, despite, or perhaps because of, the harsh conditions that had shaped his people's approach to survival. The Norse Training Center had proven that preservation knowledge could be adapted to serve communities facing the most extreme challenges, and the techniques developed in the Arctic had found applications in climates and situations that no one had originally anticipated. "And from the east?" Elena asked, though she already suspected what Li Wei's latest message would contain. Her old friend and partner had spent the past decade establishing a network of guild training centers throughout the Asian trading routes, creating connections between preservation specialists from cultures that had previously had little contact with each other. Li Wei reports that the guild's presence in Cathay has been formally recognized by the imperial court. Sarah replied with satisfaction. The Emperor has granted permission for guild training centers to be established in 3 additional provinces, and Chinese scholars are being invited to establish reciprocal centers in European cities. The knowledge exchange that you and Li Wei envisioned is becoming a reality on a scale that neither of you originally dared to hope for. Elena felt a familiar sense of wonder at how far the guild had traveled from its humble beginnings. The organization that had started with her determination to understand why grain spoiled had become a bridge between cultures, a means for human communities to share the accumulated wisdom that each had developed through generations of struggle with the challenges of survival. But perhaps the most satisfying development was how the guild's approach to knowledge sharing had influenced other areas of human learning. The principles that Elena had developed for preserving and sharing food preservation techniques were now being applied to medicine, engineering, agriculture, and even the arts. The idea that knowledge belonged to all humanity, rather than to privileged elites, was spreading beyond the guild's original focus, creating possibilities for human cooperation and advancement that went far beyond anything Elena had originally envisioned. The afternoon council meeting, Elena asked, though she already knew the answer. The guild's governing council now included representatives from training centers throughout Europe and beyond, and their monthly meetings had become forums for coordinating activities that affected communities from the Arctic Circle to the Mediterranean Sea. Brother Augustine will be presenting his proposal for establishing guild libraries in monastery schools throughout the German states, Sarah replied. And Marcus has prepared a report on the success of the preservation techniques that were developed for supporting longer sea voyages. Apparently, Portuguese navigators are using guild methods to support expeditions that are reaching farther into the Atlantic than anyone has previously attempted. Elena nodded, feeling the satisfaction of seeing seeds that had been planted decades earlier finally bearing fruit. The guild's influence was spreading not just through direct training and education, but through the practical applications that were enabling human communities to attempt achievements that had previously been impossible. As she walked toward the manor's great hall where the council meeting would convene, Elena reflected on the journey that had brought her to this moment. The frightened young woman who had discovered rotting grain in her family's storage rooms could never have imagined that her response to that discovery would eventually influence the course of human civilization. But Elena also understood that the guild's greatest achievements lay not in the past, but in the future. The network of training centers and knowledge-sharing relationships that had been established throughout Europe and beyond was just the beginning of what was possible when human communities chose cooperation over competition, sharing over hoarding, and collective advancement over individual advantage. The preservation techniques that had been the Guild's original focus were now just one part of a larger mission to ensure that human knowledge served all of humanity. The principles that Elena had learned through her study of food preservation, that knowledge was most valuable when it was shared, that different approaches could be combined to create solutions superior to any single tradition, that human communities were strongest when they worked together rather than in isolation, had proven applicable to challenges far beyond the simple problem of preventing food spoilage, as Elena took her place at the head of the council table, surrounded by representatives of communities and cultures that had once been strangers to each other, but were now partners in the great work of human advancement. She felt the deep satisfaction of someone who had lived to see her most ambitious dreams become reality. The Guild of Keepers would continue to grow and evolve, guided by principles that had been tested through decades of practical application and proven capable of serving human needs across cultures and continents. The network that had been built through patient work and careful relationship building would continue to expand, carrying knowledge and cooperation to communities that had not yet been reached. But perhaps most importantly, the Guild had demonstrated that it was possible for human beings to choose cooperation over competition, sharing over hoarding, and collective advancement over narrow self-interest. In a world where such choices were often seen as naive or impractical, the Guild had proven that they were not only possible, but profitable. That communities and individuals who embraced such principles were more successful, more resilient, and more capable of achieving their goals than those who clung to older patterns of behavior. As the council meeting began, and Elena listened to reports from guild centers throughout the known world, she understood that she was witnessing the early stages of a transformation that would reshape human civilization. The Guild of Keepers had begun as one woman's response to the simple problem of food spoilage, but it had evolved into something far more significant. A demonstration that human knowledge and human cooperation could overcome challenges that had previously seemed insurmountable. The future held possibilities that Elena could barely imagine, but she was confident that the principles and relationships that the Guild had developed would prove equal to whatever challenges that future might bring. The great work of ensuring that human knowledge served all of humanity would continue, guided by the understanding that preservation was not just about saving food, but about preserving and sharing the accumulated wisdom that was humanity's greatest treasure. Outside the manor's windows, the autumn sun was setting over fields that had once known hunger, but now produced abundance that was shared rather than hoarded. It was a fitting symbol for what the Guild had achieved and what it promised for the future. A world where human knowledge and human cooperation could create abundance where there had once been scarcity, hope where there had once been despair, and community where there had once been isolation. The Guild of Keepers had fulfilled Elena's original vision, but in doing so, it had revealed even greater possibilities for what human beings could achieve when they chose to work together rather than apart. The story that had begun with rotting grain in a storage room had become the story of humanity's potential for cooperation, learning, and collective advancement. And that story was just beginning. The end.